I don't know what that is. Already looked at that already. What's going on, guys? What's happening? What is going on? I'm just looking at a couple things real quick. Oh man, what a day. I meant to get on like a lot earlier. I should have, to be honest with you. I should have, at least like an hour ago. I could have got on at like noon or so. I think I got back from the gym at around noon. And then, yeah, I didn't. I like took a shower and then just kind of like vibed out for a little bit. What else? Part of me didn't want to stream today just because I wanted to kind of like write or at least like brainstorm. But I'll probably save that for tomorrow or something maybe. I will say that I really liked like this last week. I took an extra day to like write and brainstorm, and I basically had like a script ready for Monday. So then like Monday came and I just sat down and recorded, and that was just so much nicer than like writing and recording, because like writing and recording in the same day is a nightmare. That's like at times that can be an 11 or 12 hour day. It's rough. Ugh. It's a little much. It's a little much. Probably shouldn't do that too much. Too often at the very least. Some things are much easier, especially like when it's like news related or something. But if it's something, you know, from like the top of my head, that's a little bit more difficult because you have to think about exactly how you want to communicate something. What's up, Laz? Bird, Blade, Jax, Dr. Scarab, Sabbath, Raven Soul, MMA pounding questions, Assassin, Magic Alex, Cody. What's going on, guys? Yeah. Rift Sesh? No, not today. Not today. I don't really plan. I don't really think I'm gonna stream like all that long today. I don't think. Probably not all that long. Chat for a little bit, look at a couple things, and then probably I don't know. I'll probably play some Helldivers too, and then you know call it a day. Got any fun news for the day? Yeah, I got a couple things to talk about. Ow. Dude, I tell you what, like one of the worst things. So like I went in, so I've been watching a couple of like bodybuilder dudes and stuff like that lately, just because I like the vibe of like some of their content, just like talking about random stuff. And one of the things that I adopted was I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do Crispy, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I'm like, I'm gonna start doing this whole like workout to failure thing, and I'm gonna try that, because I felt like the last like you know I took like 2 months off of the gym, and well, like I had, you know, I was making really good progress. It wasn't like what I wanted, so like this time I'm just going to start with like going to failure. The only problem with that is that like I have tendonitis so bad, like so bad. because I pushed so hard, and yeah, I'm in pain. I had to like sleep with my arms like this last night because I can't like fully extend. I can't fully extend my arms right now. But you know, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hurt. It's supposed to be a good kind of hurt. Yeah. Yeah. Stokes for Dragon's Dogma 2 next week. Do you know how to get the character creator people have been using? Yeah, it's on Steam. You just look it up. It's on Steam. I don't know if it's on console. I'm sure it probably is. You just have to look it up specifically. It's called like Dragon's Dogma 2 character creator. And it'll just automatically transfer it over. Travis, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. It'll just automatically transfer it over. So, yep, console 2. Okay, yeah, there you go. Easy, easy, easy. Yeah, I've seen a ton of people making some awesome looking characters. My good buddy Fonzarelli, he's been all over that, man. Like I wasn't expecting him to get into like that deep into stuff like that, but he digs it. He digs it. That's for sure. Good for him. Good for him. I'm gonna do this real quick. Put that there like we normally do. Just gonna drop this down here. And there we go. Just saw Keanu Reeves. Oh, dude, I've seen people make all kinds of famous folk. There's been a bunch of like cursed ones as well. I just got the game. I'm getting rocked. Oh, are you talking about Helldivers? Yeah. Yeah, that's basically everybody's first experience playing Helldivers. It's everybody's first experience. Yeah. Have you run the Termicide missions yet? Yes, I've run the Termicide missions. That's all I've been running, actually. I haven't been doing anything else. I didn't play. I was gonna play like a little bit more last night after stream, see if any of my friends wanted to play. But I've been trying my best to just really hammer on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and try to get it finished. But man, that game is thick. Whoo, she thick. Oh, that's a big. Oh, brighten it up in here a little bit. Brighten it up in here a little bit. Good soldiers follow orders. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just one of those things. Like, if you're going to be trying to get the rewards, everybody kind of has to work together, right? Everybody has to work together. What's good? I've been trying to finish your Tactician run before Dragon's Dogma. Tactician. Didn't know people still played it on easy mode. Wife is gonna be obsessed with the character creator. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I got guys realize I have to flex a little bit, right? Like, I beat the game on honor mode twice, actually. So, you know, I had to show up. I had to show up. What's up, Block? What's up, Mark? What are you doing? Are you off work? Maybe I'll pull you in for some Helldivers if you're off work. About to get on. Ooh. Yeah, I'll pull you in for some Helldivers. I'm gonna look at some stuff first, and then yeah. I'll do honor mode after the game has 1 year launch. Yeah, I mean, I think that get attacked on you get a tattooed on your forehead. Actually, a pretty good idea, right? You need to flex it in some way. I think you need to let people know. You know what I mean? You need to let people know. It's the best way to go about it. You're in the bath. That's suggestive. Way to make things awkward. Oh. Man, I tell you what, I don't, for any of you guys that have been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, so like I've been using Yuffie a lot, and she's very strong. You get the opportunity to like get this like enemy skill materia, and I always really liked it because like there's an ability that you can get that basically once you cast it, every time your action bar fills or you get an action bar, you automatically pop like an AoE around you. And she has some skills in the way that I have her set up that she just constantly gets ATB, like with the materia and stuff that I gave her. So like every time she staggers an enemy, she gets ATB. Every time she kills something, she gets ATB. So she's just like constantly charging that bar. So there's certain times that I just jump in there and will completely clear an entire wave without like any effort at all. She's gross. She's so broken in comparison to the other characters. I've been trying to play as Kate Sith, but it's kind of a complicated character. Hi LD, my sister just gave me her older gaming laptop, so now I can play Helldivers 2. Good for you. Congratulations. Where do I swipe? Yeah, we're gonna start doing bathtub streams. You know, gotta switch the meta up every once in a while, try to pull people in from somewhere, you know what I mean? Is there like a problem? No, that's kind of odd. More soldiers, because we always need more. Yeah, that's always true. It's always true. It's nice to see another one. Nice to see another one join the front lines. Nice to see another one join the front lines. How the heck do over 6 million Helldivers die on Areta? That's the name of the game, man. That's the name of the game. Pure carnage, and it's almost never on the side of the divers. Am I right? I don't know if you guys heard it. You can hear the call out pretty clearly. Helldivers never die. Never die. Meteor storms, maybe. Meteor storms are. Actually, I'll probably say I think the like the volcano, the volcano eruptions are probably the ones that are the more difficult one, because I feel like those don't have as long of a warning. Like meteor shower isn't too bad. You can see the light underneath yourself. You get a couple of seconds, or a second maybe, to react to it and try to get out of the way. But for the most part, the eruptions are oof. What's up, Rags? What's going on Twitch? Fire tornadoes are where it's at. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, I haven't seen those yet. I know some people were telling me like the other night, like, dude, you need to go check it out. And I'm like, no, man. I'm fighting a war. Fighting a war. Can't abandon the front lines. Come on, man. Hope they add some planetary hazards in the future. You have no idea what you're in for. I don't think any of us have any idea what we're in for. There's some things that they talk about that like they hint at, as well as things that like players of the first game talk about. And it is... Did you guys realize that there's like a flare? Like an illumination flare that you can see it if it's on the so if you get into the higher levels of stratagem hero, you can actually see like different like stratagems that aren't in the game yet. It's kind of cool. Dragon's Dogma 2. What about Dragon's Dogma 2? Where's my... Let's bring this up. So I've been hearing a lot of people talking about the sickle. Is it actually really good? How's its ammo economy? What does it shoot like? I don't go like, I don't watch like weapon videos and stuff. What's up, Allmind? I don't watch like weapon videos, guides, meta, how to kill. I don't watch any of that stuff. I got a refund for Battlefront, so I'm getting 40k Rogue Trader. Heard it's as good. No. It's not as good as Baldur's Gate 3. If you heard that, you heard it from the wrong person. I'm not saying that Rogue Trader is a bad game, by the way. That's not, but like you know. You know, let's not say like a fucking, you know, 90s Mustang is as nice as a Lamborghini. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I kind of figured it's probably really good in its own way, though. Yeah. I mean, I really only have probably, I don't know, 10 or 12 hours into Rogue Trader. Just because it had its fair share of issues when I first bought it. Is Rogue Trader fully voice acted? No, I don't think so. I think that Rogue Trader, if I'm not mistaken, is like it's like half and half. It's half and half. I don't think that everything needs to be it's more Wasteland 3 than Baldur's Gate 3. I could probably see that. Yeah, I could probably see that. You know what, man, for me, like when it comes to narrative heavy games, I'm sorry. I'm one of those guys. I'm sorry. If it's not fully voice acted, like I'm probably not going to pay attention to it. Hey, like I just don't have the attention span for it. And I like deep, complicated games like Baldur's Gate 3 or like CRPGs, but the problem is that like the less voiced acting's there, for me specifically, I am not good at absorbing the story as well as I probably should. I realize that there's a lot of players that like that or they're fine with that kind of thing, but if it's a very narrative heavy game, like I need to have more voice acting, man. I have to. Especially like a really good example of this is Last Epoch. I've played that game, its campaign, I don't even know how many times. I have no idea what that game is about. I couldn't tell you a single character's name. Not a single one. That's just because it's doesn't have enough voice acting. That, and I just didn't really feel like the story itself was like communicated very well. And anytime you do like time travel stories in video games, like you're making it even more difficult for me by making me have to read about it. That's why I like the Persona 3 remake. It's fully voice acted. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see more games in the future that are like narrative heavy RPGs have more voice acting, but I realize like that's incredibly not entirely true. Final Fantasy 14 isn't fully voice acted. I mean, I'm not saying it's every single time. No, there's no need to be an absolutist about it. But also at the same time, do you think I read every single bit of dialogue? Usually when it came to a lot of that stuff, especially with how much dialogue's in Final Fantasy 14, I can't tell you how many times I would just get like the general gist of what was going on and then just move on. Move on. Especially when you're talking about a game that has like 400 hours plus of story content. Like, whoo. Woo. Hi, Mr. Legend. Hello, Bear. Which actually, you know, speaking of, like, I saw that too. There's a bunch of people that are like up in arms right now. There's a bunch of folks that are like up in arms because, let me see if I can find it. I guess I didn't save it, or I didn't like highlight the tweet or anything like that. But there's a bunch of people that are upset because Final Fantasy XIV is planning on giving players the ability to skip a very large portion of the narrative. Basically, like, new players are going to have the ability to jump straight into 6.1 of Final Fantasy XIV. So that skips a ton of content, like a ton. And there's a lot of players that are like up in arms over it because they're like, this means that players are going to have no context. None of them are going to know what's going on. None of them are going to know what's going on. And just like, well, yeah, but are you trying to tell me that you expect every single new player to have to play 10 years of content before they can join everybody else? Then I realize that, like, obviously that's not 10 years of like game playing time, but still, they should be able to. They'll miss a lot of context, but whatever. Yeah, I think that players should have the choice to whether or not they want to go back and do that stuff. And I think that there's plenty of players that will. You know what I mean? I think that there's plenty of players that will do just that. They'll go back and play some of that older content. But it's something that's really hard to do, though, because it's one of the reasons why I think a lot of players bounce off of a game like World of Warcraft, is that there's so much content, so much context from the world that you're skipping out on, so you don't feel as invested when you get to the end game. You know what I mean? You just don't feel as invested. And even more so if you look at a game like World of Warcraft, their current story writing isn't very good. So players are even less invested in the story. You can watch a YouTube video and catch up in a day. Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. You can. But the reason why Final Fantasy players are so invested in it is because you can watch a story in a video, TLDR, but you're not invested in it. You're not invested in the game from watching a YouTube video. You're invested in a game from experiencing it. And that's the worry of these people, is they're afraid that the folks that are going to come into Final Fantasy XIV that haven't experienced all of that story content prior won't be invested like much of the fan base is in Final Fantasy XIV. Like how Warframe allows new players to start at one of the most recent story places or from the original beginning. Yeah, basically that's exactly what they're gonna do. I have level 90, all capped out players that never watched cutscenes. What matters is that they know mechanics. That they know mechanics of the game. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but that's on a gameplay spectrum. And you know what the funny thing is that mindset of knowing the mechanics, that's not even the majority of the Final Fantasy XIV fan base. The vast majority of players are not raiders. They're not doing Savage and Ultimate. Hell, they're probably not even doing anything. They sit around in Limsa Laminsa. They RP. They do housing. They play casually. They come just for the story and then leave. That's fair. I didn't expect people would want to skip the story, the desire to know characters. Yeah. And I mean, like, you're going to have some people that are going to like enjoy the game and want to go back and like experience that kind of content. But yeah, like, I think that the option should be there, but I don't think that the players that will take that option will be invested as much as many other players are in Final Fantasy XIV, if that makes sense. I don't think it's going to increase player base, but it won't increase player investment. The sickle doesn't kill stalkers rushing you fast enough. Yeah, see, I don't like that. Stalkers are a pain, and I'd rather have something that can stun them or knock them back or something. Yeah, I love the game of the story, but at the end of the day, I couldn't immerse myself into with no voice acting. I mean, when it comes to a game like, when it comes to a game like Final Fantasy XIV, I think for the most part, even though there's a lot of like non-voice acted stuff, you can't expect it. I'm sorry, man. I don't think you can expect a full MMO to be completely voice acted. There's so many characters, there's so many quests, there's so many different things that are going on. I mean, maybe you could make the argument for main story quest, but much of the main story quest cutscenes are voice acted, right? Recoilless rifle is key to most problems. I like the recoilless rifle. I like the EATs better though, personally. Just because you can call them down so often. You know what I mean? Like, half the time there's more on the battlefield than I need. I just keep calling them down. If every dialogue was voice acted, it'd be the biggest game in the world. Yeah, exactly. And I just don't think that that's... I will say this. You know, as somebody that's played, obviously, since A Realm Reborn, or all the way through A Realm Reborn and forward, they've added more and more voice acting, right? More and more. Playing A Realm Reborn, in my case, I couldn't stick around for Final Fantasy XIV because the game takes so long to get good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have differing opinions when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV. I think it actually does a really good job at outside of A Realm Reborn, but they've been doing a better job at trying to update it. But I'll be honest with you, man. I just don't think MMOs are in a good place. Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, I mean, Guild Wars 2, I guess, kind of. But the problem is, like, all current day MMOs are so dated looking. God, they look so bad. They just don't look good anymore. And you're going to turn away new audiences. Younger audiences are not going to be interested in playing these games that look like, well, it's the games their dads are playing. Younger audiences are not going to play those. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, you're going to have a couple people for sure, but not in the numbers that are going to keep these games afloat for very long. Many of these games are just literally being carried by the fact that most of their players haven't left. You know what I mean? That's really all it is. 7.0 is a graphic update. Let's be fucking real. Like, it's going to be nice, but it's really just going to look like G-Shade. You know what I mean? From what I've seen, it just looks like G-Shade. The game's going to look a little bit better, but it's not going to be enough to be able to entice younger audiences to want to adopt a game with a long heritage like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. And I think that one of the things that really hurts them even more is that, like, it's such a weird genre that doesn't really get a lot of love, and most people don't really want to try to compete. Because, like, if you're going to make an MMO, you have to make a choice. Do we want to make a not popular one, or do we want to try to, like, compete with the big boys? There's no in between. There's no in between. Do we want to make something niche, or do we want to attack the big boys? And attacking the big boys almost always results in failure. Right? MMO could be something. I mean, any Wish Upon a Rainbow could be something. To be honest, like, Riot hasn't proved that they can be successful outside of League of Legends. They've made more games, right? They had the Riot Forge, I think, right? Where they came out with a bunch of different games. They did not take off. They did not take off. So I don't really understand why people want to just throw blind faith. You know what the funny thing is? That most people are throwing blind faith at Riot, saying, oh man, this Riot MMO could really do it. Most of those people don't even play League of Legends. They don't even play it. They don't even... I just know it's popular. Dope shoot. Dope shirt. I'm doing good, sub. I'm doing good. Yeah, but to be fair, they had little marketing. Well, no, the problem is it's like so there's an odd dissonance between the value proposition of being a company that makes a free-to-play game that wants to start making games that you have to pay for. Mark, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that, man. Make sure you guys thank Mark for the gifties. I think if Ashes of Creation flops, it'll be the beginning of the downfall of the MMO. Yeah, actually, I would agree with you on that. I do think that I don't think it's the right MMO. I just think that if a new successor cannot emerge within the next few years, it's kind of just a dead genre for a while. And I think that the only way people are going to hate, oh man, folks are not going to hate, or sorry, people are going to hate me for saying this. I think that if a new successor cannot emerge within the next few years, the genre itself will start to wither, and the only way it will be revived is if either Square Enix or Blizzard come out with a as good MMO as their previous ones. That's it. Because the biggest problem is most players don't want to get involved in a game from a studio that they don't really know. Especially when we're talking about an MMO, because that is a commitment. MMOs are commitments. That's not a game to play. It's a lifelong, not lifelong, but it feels like a lifelong commitment. Honestly, I feel like gaming is getting better lately. I feel like they're getting back to roots. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just noticing. To be honest, I think it's like, I don't really think it's that. I think that the companies that have been good have stayed good. The companies that have like kept grounded and haven't gotten distracted by things that are unnecessary in games have just stayed good and continued to make good games. Really good example of that, you could look at, you know, Larian Studios and say, oh, well, you know, Divinity 1, Divinity Original Sin 2, and then Baldur's Gate 3. And even before that, you know, the studio just continually kept improving on, you know, each iteration of their next game, right? And the problem is with video game design is that it takes a long time to develop a game. It takes 6, 7 years, 5 years. I think that people we don't realize how long it takes for games to make because the major AAA companies have a much shorter turnaround for games. They put stuff out in like a year, 2, 3 at most. You know what I mean? Just because they have so many people working on this stuff. There's so many people working on it. So of course it's going to feel like games come out super fast. It doesn't really take all that long. But those games end up oversaturating the market, and it makes it really difficult for us to be able to discern what direction the industry is headed in. I would say if I'm looking at AAA, no, I don't think AAA is corrected at all. Major AAA, by the way. I think that there are studios. Baldur's Gate 3 is a AAA game. It's not what I would consider as a AAA studio, but it's a AAA game. AAA level of investment, time investment, resources, as well as the overall production value was a AAA game. Independent studio. I mean, you know, classically speaking, at the very least. But if I'm talking about like the big AAA studios, so like we're talking Ubisoft, Activision, Blizzard, Electronic Arts, you know, some of the much larger companies, especially those that are like owned by these massive companies like Embracer and stuff like that. They have been going in the wrong direction. The problem is like that ship has so much money in it and so many people that they can't turn fast enough. So I feel like they've kind of gotten to the point where they have to fail for a while, and they're probably going to continue to fail because their games are still in development. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, you know, this year and last year, players have shown that they don't want to buy this shit anymore, and we have a game that's already 4 years in development. They're not about to go, oh, well, we need to change the tone of this. You know what I mean? They can't really do anything like that. Power World put out a sneak peek of its next patch. I think I saved that, if I'm not mistaken. I did, yeah. So I did see this, actually. This is so fucking huge. This is so huge. Like, this is such a good update. So they're going to give you the ability to be able to choose out of the jobs that or out of the tasks that your pals are good at. You're going to go to the monitoring stand and be able to tell them which jobs you actually want them to perform. So if you don't want them to take part in combat, if you don't want them to, you know, as an example, like Pen King, right? I want this dude watering plants and probably carrying stuff. Outside of that, he doesn't need to be doing anything else. You know what I mean? So like, that's perfect. That's perfect. So I think it's really, I think this is an excellent change. This is something the game needed to have because it gives players the ability to be able to have full control over like what their monsters are doing, when they're doing it, and where. That's such a massive, massive win. Like, this gives me a lot of faith for this game because you can tell that they know like what the players want most, and they're just going to do that. This is literally what the game needed. It was my only gripe when I played Power World. But you also have to realize that there was like some people, especially like even the people now that are trying to like judge the player numbers for Power World, that like it's an early access game. I think like I don't even like the version number is like alpha. It's like 0.01 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Like they're not even close to a 1.0 version. There was actually something else with Power World that I saw as well. No. No. Yeah. Yeah, I saw this too. Power World Developers says massive profits are too big for the studio of our size to handle. Open to acquisition. The boss of Power World developer Pocket Pair has said that the company can't handle the massive profits the game has generated. Power World launched in January and overnight became one of the biggest games in the world, setting records not only on Steam, but on Game Pass, where it is the biggest third-party game launch ever. So far, $30 Pokemon with Guns crafting and survival game has seen an incredible 25 million players with 15 million copies sold on Steam and 10 million players on Xbox. That's crazy. Speaking in an interview with Bloomberg, Pocket Pair boss Takuro Mizobe confirmed Power World cost no less than 1 billion yen, so that's $6.7 million to make. AAA is in shambles right now. And has made tens of billions of yen in profit. For context, 10 billion yen is $67.2 million. So they basically 10x'd their profit was 10x. They got bags right now. They got the bag. It is an amount that is too big for the studio of this size to handle, said Mizobe, who later clarified that he has no intention of expanding or offering shares in the company. Rather, he wants Pocket Pair to remain small. It's currently 55 people. Mizobe said he is open to partnership or acquisition, but instead, but instead he has not stated. Oh, but insisted he has not started buyout talks with Microsoft. Perhaps more pressing, Pocket Pair is in talks to bring Power World to more platforms, suggesting the PlayStation 5 and Nintendo console release in the future. Could you imagine Power World on Nintendo Switch? While Power World is one of the biggest launches ever, it is also one of the most controversial. Pocket Pair, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we already know all that stuff. This is kind of like, I don't know, man. So like I understand where he's coming from, because it's like our game is so profitable that we don't have enough things to be able to invest that money in that would make sense for the company. Like he doesn't want to expand it because it doesn't make a lot of sense to hire on a bunch of people and start another project unless you're going to hire on more for the Power World team. And I'll be honest with you. What do you mean they are, though? To be honest, if they just said, hey guys, we're coming out with Power World 2, that would be the most Pocket Pair thing to do. That's kind of their MO, to be honest. Apple's working on buying Sony. What does that have to do with this? So, I don't know. Like, I get it, you know, from his perspective. And to be honest, like, he seemed like kind of the guy that is not really... In the interviews that they had with Mizobe, it kind of, I got the feel that he's just the guy that's in here to make a profit. Like he was just looking to make like a hit game that everybody really liked, make a bunch of money, and then bail. Which, I mean, okay, I don't have an, like, I'm not going to argue with that. If that's the way the guy wants to go, if that's the thing that he wants to do, why would I be mad? You know what I mean? Why would I be mad? Get your money. We got a good game as a result of it. You know what I mean? I had a month full of fun. My only thing is I just hope that they really like, I just hope they finish the game. That's all I want. Just finish the game. You know what I mean? And even if for some odd reason they didn't, it's not like I would really feel like my money got wasted. You know what I mean? Because let's be honest, the people that bought Power World were not buying Power World to invest in the future of Power World. They were buying Power World to play Power World with everybody else. You know what I mean? That's the reason why everybody got... That's the reason why everybody got it. Like, let's be real. Oh, I saw this too. So for some Helldivers 2 stuff. Helldivers 2 news, Premium War Bond is out and players are defending the game. Remember we talked about this yesterday? This actually got community noted. If IGN's writers actually played the game, then they would know that super credits, which are used to unlock Premium War Bonds, are collected in-game, plus earned with medals, also collected in-game. This can be done in a dozen-ish hours, and only requires actually playing the game, which is actually funny. Like, let's be real. I was talking about this the other day. Like, some of IGN's takes are good, and for the most part, much of their stuff has been pretty solid. I was talking about that with Dragon's Dogma earlier. Like, their coverage on Dragon's Dogma has been great, right? Their coverage on Dragon's Dogma has been really good. And then they go and do dumb shit like this and put their foot in their mouth. And it's like, bro, what do you, like, are you guys just like, What are you doing? What are you doing? Is it just for clicks and relevance? I don't understand. Like, but yeah, they got fed to the sharks on this one, and this is exactly what needed to happen because, you know, yeah, they dug their own grave when it comes to this kind of stuff. And I feel like a lot of these different outlets, media outlets, do the same kind of thing. I follow Destin. I don't follow IGN. Yeah, I like for the most part, I like Destin. Him and I disagree on quite a lot of things, but for the most part, there's I enjoy much of his coverage. I want to see if a game is good when I go to YouTube and watch somebody play it. And you know what the funny thing is? I saw somebody bring this up the other day where they're like, YouTubers are basically replacing the common media outlets. So IGN, etc. So you can tell that some of those outlets are trying to do their best to be able to pivot. But the problem is that there's not enough personality to their opinion pieces. That's just me. Like, there's just not enough personality. And I get that from their perspective, less personality is better because, you know, technically if you have somebody that people can like, there's also going to be people that are going to dislike them. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just, that, and the thing is too, is that inherently we do not trust media outlets. And I mean, it's kind of been like that for gamers for, you know, at least 10 years or so now, right? A lot of AI generated reporting. There's a ton. There is a ton. I don't think I think I got rid of it, but there was like one article where they were like talking about how, oh, I would have to find it. It's on like the it's on like the Helldivers news or whatever, and they like talked about some article. Let me see if I can find it. Helldivers update. Out of visibility. No. Yeah. They posted this, and it came across my timeline, and it was like industry analysts claim that Helldivers 2 and Palworld aren't enough to make 2024 a great year for gaming. So I clicked it, and I'm like, one, who's the video gamer? And then I read the first sentence. We must admit, we wasn't too hopeful. What the fuck? We wasn't too hopeful. Yeah, this is like, it's either AI generated or it's just not like, it's not either that or they're not right. I don't really know. But like, if you write opinion pieces, I'm sorry. If you write opinion pieces, if you are writing for a media outlet, if you have like grammar and spelling issues, you're not allowed to have that. You're not allowed to have that. ChatGPT is more articulate than that, just not as specific. Yeah. No proofreading. Yeah, no proofreading. What does that tell you if you're not proofreading? It means you're not like critically thinking about the work that you're doing. You know what I mean? So yeah, but it's just like, and plus on top of that, I'm like trying to think about like what the premise of that even means in the first place. Helldivers 2 and Palworld aren't enough to make 2024 a great year for gaming. Yeah. It's the beginning of the year. No shit. It's a great start. And also, it's not the only games. Helldivers 2, Palworld, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Enshrouded was fantastic. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was really good. Dragon's Dogma 2 is about to come out. We're gonna get the beta for Path of Exile 2 this summer. Black Myth Wukong. Final Fantasy 14 is getting its expansion. Like there's Elden Ring DLC, Stalker 2, like Pacific Drive did really well. What are you talking about? Yeah, we literally have been blessed with 2 years of bangers back to back. Well, if you want to farm GB, hit me up sometime. Oh, Grand Blue. Yeah, I think after I finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, no, because then it's just gonna be Dragon's Dogma 2. It's probably gonna be a while before I actually like start farming Grand Blue. Honestly, it'll probably be like a full revisit when I have like downtime to play it, and then nobody's gonna care about it by that time. You know what I mean? Is this troll Ian time? What do you mean? One of the what are you saying? One of the devs on Discord made fun of me for spelling. I'm not a smart guy. I'm handsome, not smart. But when I feel like I'm going on Discord and asking, falling in a piece of, I don't know what you mean. So anyway, yeah. And the funny thing, and then I actually saw that Ithalian posted yesterday saying did some farming tests for 1 to 2 smaller maps for super credits. Worst case with an optimal group, you're looking at 350 super credits per hour, with the rare chance if you get a 100 super credit jackpot, right? And he says so you're looking at about 2.5 hours ish for a war bond. Also, you'll find medals while you play as well. So true. I think that's probably one of the best parts about Helldivers 2 is that I think that more times than not, players just want, like, if you're gonna put monetization into a game, like, make it for like convenience but not inconvenience. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like more times than not, that's usually what it kind of comes down to. And that's where like the biggest issue ends up coming from, is that you have so many games that have like built-in fake inconvenience. Like, you know for a fact they made that game in a way to make it unfun to play unless you pay money to make the game fun. And that's one of the reasons why people flock to a game like Helldivers 2, is because they don't do that. There's plenty of games where you can farm the in-game currency, but it's not really farming. It's getting pittance. It's pity. And it takes hundreds of hours to be able to even earn anything worth anything in the first place. Or months of saving up. I think a really good example of this is, like, look at people that play like Genshin Impact, right? They skip every banner until a banner they want pops, but it's been months and months of them saving up currencies that they've gotten from events, from playing the game, from dailies, from all of this different stuff. You know what I mean? And while like people, and I'm not throwing shade necessarily at Genshin Impact, I realize that, you know, it's a fun game. I played it, it's good. But at the same time, it is specifically designed in a way to piss you off. You know what I mean? It's designed in a way to not be fun from a monetary perspective. Overwatch 2 skins. Exactly. Overwatch 2 skins are a great example of that as well. Overwatch 2 skins are a great example as well. Hey, are we talking about that IGN post? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's just stupid. Same thing goes for them. And I saw them post about not Final Fantasy. Did you guys see them? Like, I think they might have took it down because I haven't been able to find it, or they turned off. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. You guys see this? You see this? Resident Evil 5 simply can't be remade, at least at the standards of, at least not to the standards of Capcom's best work. So I watched his little video. And basically what he says is like, the funny thing is that it's like you had me in the first part. You had me at the beginning, because in the beginning of this video, I'm not going to watch the video or anything like that, but in the very beginning of the video, they say, you know, Resident Evil 5 and 6 is where it stopped being survival horror. It stopped being the really cool like House of Horrors where you're basically unlocking a map as you continue to play. And that's one of my favorite things about Resident Evil games. It was always really cool. It almost kind of reminds me of like From Software map design, right? Where you're unlocking paths and things like that to get more access to places. You're backtracking a little bit, and that's cool, dude. That's cool. I like that. And they got away from it, and they started doing everything by like stage design instead, and that kind of sucked, to be honest. I just wasn't a really big fan of it. I think Resident Evil 5 was fun as a co-op game, but they were really just trend chasing at the time, because I think right around this time was also like Gears of War, Uncharted, Army of Two, 50 Cent Blood in the Sand, which is the most underappreciated co-op game ever. Ever. I will die on that hill. 50 Cent Blood in the Sand. I will one day do a video essay on why it is one of the greatest co-op shooters of all time. Unit? Yeah, that game was so good. The game was so good. There was another game at the time that was called like The Crew, and it had, so the reason why I really liked 50 Cent Blood in the Sand was because, you know, full co-op shooter, super goofy, but like really well done. Like the gunplay was really good. The gameplay itself was really, really good. But more than that, it had these like mini challenges that would pop up like mid gunfight, and it'd be like, get 10 headshots, and like you and your buddy were competing against each other, like immediately. It was so cool. So you would immediately have to turn and be like, oh, you know, who can get 10 headshots faster? Who's better, me or him? That stuff was awesome, man. It was so cool. It was so fun. And I really haven't seen a lot of games do stuff like that. 50 Cent stands on business. He does. Always. Always. But the thing is that what ends up happening with this is that they first start to criticize the game for valid points, and then they start turning it into like a thing about race, because Resident Evil 5 was based in Africa. So the majority of the time you're spent as Chris Redfield, you know, taking on Africans. And it's just so stupid. It's so dumb. It's such a bad take. It's such a bad take. You know what the most ironic part about that is that they'll talk about that, but then in the same breath, they won't even mention that Resident Evil 4 took place in Spain, I think, right? Is it like Spain or Portugal? But yeah, we don't have any problems. We don't have any race problems with the game where yeah, Spain. We have no race problems when they were shooting the Spanish. What the fuck? Why? What are you doing? Nobody forgets the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah. Yeah, it's so pandering, and it's so weird. And the other thing is too, is that so readers added context that they thought people might want to know. This article misconstrues the story of Resident Evil 5. IGN rated the original Resident Evil 5 9 out of 10. So now they're playing revision. They're revisionists. They're going back and saying, you know what, you know, well, So wait a minute. Wait a minute. IGN. I guess this is what I want to know. Are you guys trying to say that, like, where'd it go? So, IGN, are you trying to tell me that back when Resident Evil 5 came out, you guys are racist? But now you're not. But now you're not. Because you guys really liked gunning down them Africans back then. You guys had a real good time back then, huh? It's just weird, man. It's just weird. I think I even saw I saw some of Asmongold's thoughts on it too, and he brought it up, and he's like, you know, people don't say anything about you're like, it's like any other game. Like, if the game's setting is based in a geographical position, of course the residents of the place are gonna reflect the people in the game, or as they should. Just blows my mind. Just like people jumping backwards through hoops anymore. That's what it feels like. Jumping backwards through hoops. Right, it is. Do that. Oh, I saw Asmongold got an official pawn. Jealous. You guys still haven't helped me get my own official pawn yet. Still gonna blame you if I don't get one. Still gonna blame you if I don't get one. Oh, so I've seen the CEO talking about some stuff, and I really like this. But I want to talk about something else that I saw. Oh, I saw Jez Corden over at Windows Central said the Division 2 is 5 years old and shows that Ubisoft can nail self-sustaining PvE experiences. True and real. True and real. The Division 2 still to this day is a good game. Which, by the way, is a game that does not show its age. Like, Division 2 does not show its age. It's still a very good-looking game. It's still good-looking. It's been that long? Yeah, it's been 5 years since the release of Division 2. Doesn't have survival mode from the first one. Don't get me wrong, there's things that I wish it brought over, and I feel like there's a little bit of the personality from the first one. Like the snow-covered New York was just so good. I mean, it was so good that a company went to go make a zombie survival game and rip it off completely. They knew it worked. They knew it would get people to buy their game. Start tagging Capcom and Dragon's Dogma on your videos. They haven't played the second one. Oh, I haven't played the second one. Oh. They're tagged. Oh, Capcom's not tagged on my other one though. That's actually a good idea. And then shut down. Yeah. I mean, they also kind of just tried to rob a bunch of people and get away with it, right? But yeah. What did they say? What did they say, like, when they can't fix the game? They're like, it's gonna be too hard for us to fix this game. Shit happens. Based. But yeah, and this is the funny thing is that it's really crazy to look at how far and how fast these games can fall. Because it's like, how do you guys not see that you already have a really effective and really well-liked game and live service strategy that players really enjoyed, but instead you want to go and try to do something far worse, far more intrusive, with far less value? It's just, I don't know what to say. Like, Ubisoft, where is your head? It goes to show, like, remember back when I made that one video about the Ubisoft CEO or whoever he was talking about how gamers need to, you know, be comfortable with not owning their games. It just goes to show like how far removed they are from conversation around games and like understanding what players really want, understanding what and the funny thing is that like you'll see people say they're like, oh well, they don't care what players want. It's like, no, they need to, because understanding the consumer is how you make money. I'm sorry guys, there's no way that Ubisoft right now is having a very good last couple of years. There's no way you're having a last good couple of years. Skull and Bones, it was a massive investment. Absolute failure. That last Assassin's Creed game, the cheap one, right? The one they sold for like half the price, but was half the game or whatever it was, also didn't do very well. Like, yeah, you're gonna have some people that are excited for like the next Assassin's Creed game, but like I feel like Ghost Recon, yeah, Ghost Recon's like an afterthought now. Everybody thinks pirate games sound fun. That's true. We all know that Sid Meier's Pirates is the only good Pirates game, right? I feel bad for Tom Clancy. Everybody does. Everybody does. Like, look at the like they ruined Ghost. They ruined Ghost Recon. They've ruined Splinter Cell. Assassin's Creed's not far behind. Assassin's Creed's not far behind. And you know who's next in line? The Division. The Division's next in line. Breakpoint was a bit of a letdown compared to Wildlands. Yeah. Rainbow Six. Well, I mean, Rainbow Six. What is it? Rainbow Six Siege. Like, that's still doing good, right? Rainbow Six Siege is still doing good, but still, it's just one of those things where it's like they can do a PvE game, and that's what we're talking about, like the PvE games. I think that they've done pretty well with Rainbow Six, but yeah, they have. I don't know, man. I know that there's a Vegas 2. Vegas 2 is so good. I had a great time playing Vegas 2. But with that said, I am really nervous for the new Division game that's coming, because there is one that's right around the corner. I forgot what it's called, like Homelands or something like that, I think. It's supposed to be like free to play, hub-based or something. I don't know exactly what it, hub-based survival. There's a lot of Heartland. Heartland has a lot of buzzwords attached to it, and that makes me really nervous. The mobile one, I think it's supposed to be like mobile slash like PC, but mobile slash PC console. But yeah, it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. Is Massive actually making it? That's what my real question is. Is it Massive that's working on it, or is it somebody else? Asmon got you on screen. Why? Is he saying good things about me?
Conveniences make the experience. They create texture for the experience.
I'm a handsome guy.
A bad designer can't see the nuance between good and bad inconvenience.
Dragon's Dogma video?
And that's the
Yeah.
issue.
Is he agreeing with me?
In a way that no other game has really ever replicated, other than Dragon's Dogma, and then now Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, because there is really no other games like these. For new players that are coming in,
Probably. Sounds about right.
The game's unique approach to combat and character roles is going to
I
feel
like it.
well, foreign. Unlike many other action RPGs where the main character
Cool. Hope he enjoys it. Nice shirt. The bald guy. You'll have to watch that later. I think I'm holding on to that for later. That's like some other stuff I want to look at. But yeah, so I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with the future of this game. Every once in a while, I still get the itch to want to go back and play Division 2. Because it really does have a really satisfying gameplay loop. And the gunplay is super good too. A sneak peek. We already saw that. Yoshi P acknowledging Final Fantasy XIV's lack of difficulty is encouraging. I do think so as well. I saw they were talking about that, how they want to make the game make the game a little bit more difficult. We'll see. We'll see what that turns out to be. And Squadron 42 will be out soon-ish. Soon for Star Citizen. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know why, but I just haven't really had a whole lot of faith in Star Citizen. I never have. I'm not a big space guy, to be honest. I guess I kind of am now, right? Oh, so the CEO was tweeting about some stuff, and I thought this was actually pretty interesting. So it says, so somebody had tweeted out, and they had said, you know, I just want to talk about the autocannon in Helldivers 2 and why I like it so much. It's such an interesting design too, from the oversized charging handle to it utilizing a top-loading fixture or fixed magazine from stripper clips. So weird, but awesome. And then Peelstead was like, agreed. I think this is the team's best weapon design. I am overall with how hard the team worked, and I'm glad that it gets the recognition that it deserves. Massive shout out to Frippe and Patrick Lasota, who are the main drivers behind it, and everyone else that contributed as well. And then he started talking, and he's like, any good weapon concept artists out there looking for a job? And I really appreciate this follow-up he says here, which is, and by good, I mean ideally you have done military service, are an avid shooter, and must have a great sense of how weapons function and operate. Also, of course, you need to be a stellar artist. I love this, man. I love this. Holy based. Like, damn, and just throws it out there. Just throw it on out there for him. Veterans do know weapons best. That is absolutely right. How to hire people. This is the way that you want to see people get hired. This is the reason why people should get a job. They should get a job because they're qualified to do it. Overly qualified to do it. The best person possible for that specific job. That's who you want. Do you want the person that hates guns making, hates guns, is advocating to like ban guns or something like that online? Do you want that person the one that's creating the guns for your game? Probably not. Probably not the best person. Do you want the person that knows them in and out, has used them, knows how they need to function or what it's like to feel or carry them around in and on a battlefield, things like that? Like, there's so many things that make this so well worth it. You can tell whoever made Rackham's Guns and GB. Oh, Rackham's Guns. Yeah, doesn't know how guns work. Yeah. Not just an artist, but a vet and an artist that knows guns. Yeah, like there's some studios have a creative vision for their product, and they know that the only way to make sure that that product resonates with an audience, people actually like it, people want to play it, people want to use those guns, the only way is to make sure that you are staying true to whatever that creative vision is. That's what this is. This right here, a statement like this, tells me exactly where their head is and what kind of future Arrowhead is looking at. And it's a bright one. It's a very bright one. They're going to do very well. Very well. Functional art, best art. Yeah. Yeah. Because the thing is that like one of the things that I noticed specifically is that so I was talking about it yesterday that Operator Drewski did a video where he actually played with the CEO and Patrick Lasota, the guy that's in charge of balancing weapons, and he's one of the designers as well. And You know, both of them have done military service. So one of the things that's really interesting is that I noticed is that like how realistic it looks when you're like diving and jumping around, and how bulky some weapons are when you're running around. Like you can tell that you're, you know, we are, you know, souped up humans in one way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously some genetic manipulation going on with the Helldivers, but it's not like that crazy. Like visually things make sense. And I think that that's really important. I think that in games like this, especially when it comes to shooters, players do want sometimes games that make sense. I love this. I absolutely love this. Absolutely true, real, and based. Yeah, I saw this too. I don't know if anybody expected anything different, to be honest with you. Did anybody really expect EA not to screw this up? Was somebody like, oh, you know that company that's screwed up Battlefront twice now? There's no way they won't screw it up a third time, right? The company that killed Anthem 3 times is crazy. Yeah, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times? Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else? No, I think we've already talked about everything else. A lot of people really like the Dragon's Dogma video. Happy about that. How's Asmongold watching? How's Asmongold liking it so far? Anything good?
Go out to do a mission. You may need to change the skills that you have equipped because not all of them are going to be suited for every single
I don't want to watch the whole
scenario that you
thing.
find yourself in.
Sure.
I'll end up watching it later.
Example of this, I played as a magic archer, and magic archer has this really absolutely disgusting busted skill called ricochet shot. It is insanely powerful.
Okay.
Shoot it, it bounces, continues to bounce. And
Like
every time
Hanzo.
it bounces and hits an enemy, it does more damage the next time it hits the enemy again. Awesome.
What the fuck?
Works great in tight spaces, completely useless out in open fields.
Yeah, sure.
So having that equipped doesn't make a lot of sense if you're going to something
That's
outside
right.
of the world.
Yeah.
I've never had to do that yet.
Yeah.
I haven't had to actually change what my weapons are.
I like the I like seeing when chat agrees with me.
The other thing is that Dragon's Dogma does the same thing that Monster Hunter does. Is that, and also Dark Souls 1 does, is that jumping attacks and like
That's how I found your channel, by the way.
Do a lot of damage.
Watch another video and
can also,
did a
like,
shout out. Yeah.
So
He has like 12
this
of
is
my
the way it works
videos.
in, like Monster Hunter, right?
He has like 12 of my
So, like, if
videos
you
pulled up
normally
right
jump,
now.
You're gonna go up and then down,
I saw it
right?
in his whole timeline. It's pretty funny.
If you do an attack
Okay.
right here,
Is that a butt cheek? Hold up.
you'll actually move your character up a little bit, and that's it, right? It's like the hammer. Yeah, well, the greatsword does the same thing. In Monster Hunter, it's actually the same. Or sorry, in Dragon's Dogma, it's actually the same. Where like it will move your character a little bit up. So like if you're fighting airborne enemies with like the greatsword, you just jump and do a jumping attack and you can hit them. Which is like kind of, like, I'm gonna be honest, in my opinion, it's kind of cheesy. You know, like it probably should not work.
I sent a
that way,
message. I said, "Why are you
but
drawing
it
boobs on my
does.
video?"
Jumping attacks are also fast. Yes, they are. I think they're faster than normal attacks.
Preparedness you have to have, not only just with your character,
So
but with
fun.
the rest of the characters
Yeah.
that you're bringing along.
It is fun.
Making sure that if you're renting out somebody else's pawn, that it actually suits the things that you're going to do. Making sure to take care of
All right.
your main pawn.
All right,
your
that's
skills and
enough of
abilities,
that.
Their equipment, everything. All of that matters.
Yeah.
And that is a major.
I have to like at one point in time try to learn how to do React content. I've never actually thought about that. There's a video that I want to react to. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to. You know what? He's watching me right now. He's watching me. We'll watch him. Right? A little bit of payback. It's time to make this even. Let me see if I can find the video. So I was watching Asmongold stream the other night, and he talked about how he made a video, and he's like, you know, with all the React content that I pump out, you know, one of the things that I want to do is I want to get into making videos again. And by getting back into making videos, he wants people to react to his videos and basically create like a bit of a discussion. Now, whether or not I can actually pull off being a React Andy, I don't think I can, but we're going to try regardless. So yeah, we'll react to this, and then I'm going to get ready for some Helldivers. So let's see what he has to say. Let me bring this up real quick. You guys will have to tell me how the sound is. Okay. You guys have to tell me how the sound is, because I don't know. I'll bring this up a little bit. I'll put that right about there. Okay, so this video is called Don't Let These Video Games Fool You by Zach Rar, formerly known as Asmongold. I'm gonna move my camera over here. All right.
Hi guys, it's me again. It's about 4 in the morning and I figured I'd make a video, and today I want to talk to you all about Unreal 5 tech demos being...
I feel like he also took this video from like the most flattering angle in his room, where his room doesn't really look all that messy. It just looks, you know, a little haphazard more than anything else. Very low, turn up. Okay. All right, I'll max it out. You can tell me if it's too loud afterwards. But yeah, like his room actually doesn't really look all that bad right here. It just looks like a normal room, like a normal nerd's room. You know what I mean? Yeah.
disguised as video games. And I know you might not understand what I'm talking about, but after I explain it, I'm sure that you'll understand all too well. How many of you in the past couple of years have seen a trailer for a video game that got you incredibly excited? It features, you know, these wide, vast environments, these landscapes that are just so detailed with grass that's
the day
blowing
before.
in the wind, trees that are photorealistic, and there's a cutaway image of a cave with like an opening, and there's light coming from the opening, and it looks
I'm
just
trying
like
to think
it would in real life.
I'm trying to think if there are any other games outside of that I have seen recently. Like, one of the things that I've noticed is that, like, as Unreal Engine 5 has become more accessible to more developers, we've been seeing more and more, you know, soon to come out games. I think one of the most popular genres that we've seen this for has been like MMOs. So many Unreal 5 MMO survival game, etc., etc. We could probably list about 5 or 6 of them right now that would, you know, make sense for a lot of people because everybody's seen them for the most part. I know that there's one that got called out pretty hard recently. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but somebody did an entire video series that showed that literally everything that they purchased was just straight from the store. Like, or everything in the game was all straight from the store. So I don't know exactly how I feel about this, because I like that game design is becoming more accessible to more people. Quinfall, that's exactly what it was. Quinfall. I like that game development is being more accessible to more people, because that means we get more games every year, which increases the higher chances that we're going to get better games every year, right? More people have the ability to make games and make higher quality games, or at least they should be able to make higher quality games. But the problem is that I don't know, like, many of these games aren't delivering on it. You know what I mean? Like, many of these games are not delivering on what the expectations they're setting for players. And I think that's going to be a big issue.
And it's like, wow, this game must be so amazing and so incredible. And then about 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the trailer, the developer accidentally showed some gameplay, and it looks basically like something that would be, well, it wouldn't be good enough for Superman 64, okay? You're looking at basically the most bottom of the barrel basic combat that they probably bought the combat pack from the Unreal Store. Well, to be fair, this one probably came for free.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of issue that I'm talking about. I'm talking about these video games that look like these amazing, incredible, groundbreaking games, but are in fact only tech demos for Unreal 5. Now,
yeah, and the thing is that there's so many of these games right now too that they don't even really need to do anything, like so far as building an actual game. The problem is like we had this problem in AAA games, let alone these Unreal Engine 5 tech demos that he's talking about. How many games have you guys seen over the last few years that you guys have purchased that have been AA or AAA games that just had really good trailers that completely misrepresented the entire game? So it's very easy for some of these developers using Unreal Engine 5 to make these awesome looking game tech, commercials, advertisements, trailers, all of these different kinds of things, and set players' expectations for something that is just so beyond unrealistic. Because I can't tell you guys how many times I've seen the splash art for these games, and they list all these different things that these games are going to do. Oh, it's survival, MMO, real-time building, all these different aspects, but none of that stuff makes sense in the context of, well, being realistic. When we know that the game is made by a company that we've never heard of before that has 5 people working for it. Every Bethesda game ever. Good example. So, it sets up gamers and consumers in a really bad place because, as more players start to move over, especially as players move over to PC, where they're exposed to a far larger library of games, if you were somebody that's never played on Steam before and then hopped on Steam and you weren't just buying the biggest AAA and AA releases, there's a really good chance that you're going to get got a few times by the Steam store, because there are plenty of opportunities for you to fall into some pitfalls. That's for sure. That's for sure.
We all know that Unreal 5 is an incredible game engine, and the truth is that it's been able to give tons of people the opportunity who could never make video games.
Yeah,
the ability
that's a good
to make
thing.
Video games.
That's a good
But
thing.
The unfortunate downside for that is the opposite: is people that should never make video games are now also able to make video games. And I've been seeing a lot
So
of games
true.
like this, and unfortunately, I'm sure you guys have as well. The Day Before, The Quinfall, and there was a video game trailer today. I'm not going to say the name because, well, to be honest, I forgot what the name was. Thank God for that. And I was watching the game, and everybody was excited. People were like, wow, this looks
What was the trailer he was talking about? Is it Quinfall? That'd actually be really funny. I'm going to check.
amazing. This looks so great. And I'm thinking
missed
to
it.
myself, whoa, this is...
Or no, it wouldn't be Quinfall. I guarantee the game trailer that he saw was probably Vindictus.
And I was watching the
You know what I
game,
mean? Because he
everybody was excited.
played
People were
that.
like, wow, this looks amazing. This looks so great. And I'm thinking to myself, whoa, this is really just the same combat sequence being...
This is the
Well,
stupid
this
game I
looks
was
like
talking
something
about.
that I'd like. Is this like you just...
Yeah,
is it
so he was
basically like a
actually
furry killing sim?
so he was actually talking smack about Vindictus, and then he went and played it and he liked it. So that's actually kind of funny. So he initially thought it was something that was going to be pure bait, but then it ended up not being. So like it kind of goes to show how slippery of a slope that can be, that we can't tell anymore. We're not going to be able to tell whether or not some of these games are going to be real or not. And if that's the case, this is just another reason for players not to pre-order games, not to buy early, and even more so to just wait for reviews. Wait for the people that you like to watch on YouTube to play it in front of you, and then you get a better idea whether or not it's a game that you actually want to play. I'm not saying to take people's opinions as like absolute truth for you to go make a purchase or not make a purchase, but gather as much information as you possibly can before deciding to make a purchase. I know that feels like a crazy thing for some people to do, but that honestly is the best thing that you can do.
But are in fact only tech demos for Unreal 5. Now, we all know that Unreal 5 is an incredible... I've been seeing a lot of games like this, and unfortunately, I'm sure you guys have as well. The Day Before, The Quinfall. And there was a video game trailer today. I'm not going to say the name because, well, to be honest, I forgot what the name was. Thank God for that. And I was watching the game, and everybody was excited. People were like, wow, this looks amazing. This looks so great. And I'm thinking to myself, whoa, this is really just the same combat sequence being played over and over again, and half of the different scenes are just simply, oh, I don't know, they're basically just scenes of grass or of rocks or of something that's just an environment. Well, I'm sorry, guys, but the environment for games matters, but it doesn't matter more than the combat. And so you're seeing a lot of these games that are featuring very, very heavy of course, you know, these environments and the detail of the game and the water effects and all of these things that, frankly...
This is me when I was watching the Dune MMO trailer, or the Dune game trailer, or whatever it was, because it was supposed to be like a gameplay trailer, but 90% of it felt like it was all just environments or like narrative building than it was anything else, and there wasn't enough substance to it. And I feel like, for the most part, that gamers across the board have kind of woke up to that a little bit and realized, like, okay, I'm kind of sick of you showing me a bunch of trees or a leaf falling into a river. Ooh, it looks so pretty. It looks so cool. But when I'm looking at games and I'm getting ready to purchase something, I need substance. And I think one of the reasons why I have been so bullish on a game like Dragon's Dogma 2 is think about all of the content that we have seen for Dragon's Dogma 2 since they announced it. Everything they show us is gameplay. Everything they show us is gameplay. Yeah, they do have a cinematic trailer, but even in that cinematic trailer, there's tons of gameplay footage that's shown. There's tons of IGN Insider of them actually playing the game for 11 minutes straight. There's tons of content creators that have gotten the opportunity to sit down and play the game and talk about how they liked playing the game. So when these companies make gameplay the main topic of discussion, you always know, or at least hope to know, that more times than not, those are going to be successful games. Those are going to be the games where the studio has their head on their shoulders. They're paying attention to the things that actually matter, which is gameplay. And they're not just, you know, trying to Hollywood woo us with, you know, beautiful graphics and things like that. I think that there are players that are out there that can be wooed by those kind of things. But for the most part, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how beautiful a game is. If it plays like ass, nobody's going to want to play it.
I don't think anybody buys a video game for.
Yeah.
There are a lot of games that have the opportunity to do this, but it just simply doesn't really add that much value to the genuine consumer experience.
Yeah.
However, on the very, very face value of it, it looks amazing, because for a lot of people, the truth is that for many years, incredible, amazing, groundbreaking graphics were reserved only for some of the best studios.
Very true.
Because they were the only ones who had the tools and the infrastructure and the ability to build something that was that amazing. But
how many times have you guys seen like a Blizzard trailer for any of their games and been like, oh my God? And the crazy thing is, for them, that's been the truth for years. Years. I hate to say it, but I used to totally buy Blizzard games straight off of the trailer. I remember seeing like, before I got into World of Warcraft, I started playing World of Warcraft in Burning Crusade. I saw like the original World of Warcraft, cinematic trailer, and I was like, this looks sick. Then bought it and was like, this is not what that looked like. But yeah, like this used to be, like, beautiful looking games used to be reserved specifically for AAA studios, massive budgets, and it's just not. It's not anymore. Look at all the different AI technology that's involved in Unreal Engine 5 now. It's crazy. You watch any of the tech videos that they have for Unreal Engine 5, it'll blow your mind. Blow your mind.
Truth is that now any idiot can just go and generate a forest in Unreal 5 or generate some other environment. Or actually, that's not even true. What am I thinking? Do you think that these people would actually make anything? Of course not. They'd go to the Unreal store and just buy the entire video game right there. So yeah, the entire basically trailer for some of these games, I'm talking about the Quinfall, by the way, the entire trailer for these games was basically budgeted out through Fiverr. So you're looking at basically a bunch of different Unreal Engine store assets being placed together at different intervals. And then, of course, obviously, how are people going to know this unless they're familiar with the topic? Well, I want to talk a little bit about how you can tell that this is happening. And
one of the things that I will say too is that something he brings up is talking about how they will buy most of the assets off of the store. Realize that this isn't where it stops, right? This isn't where it stops. It doesn't stop at, oh, they just buy it off the store. Right now, with like the rise of AI, most of these guys aren't even going to be buying any of this stuff. They're just going to tell the AI to generate exactly what they want, and then that's it. You know what I mean? Like, that. Why would I need to buy anything? I can fake it and make it look like it's real, or make it look like I put effort into it and have an AI generate everything for me. And the thing is that like as AI technology grows, it's going to blend with Unreal Engine 5, and somebody is going to be able to type in and say, I want you to make a forest of this size with, fall color leaves and use Japanese trees. Well, you can't do that now. I do believe that you're going to be able to do that later. And while what makes it really difficult is that technology like that in the right hands can do incredible things. It can increase workflow, make it easier for these developers to spend time on the things that feel like matters most to them, which is going to be gameplay, or I would hope that's what they think should matter the most. So with that said, we could technically get better games because this technology exists, but also at the same time, that accessibility ends up being a double-edged sword where you have a lot of people that have bad intentions for the consumer to just try to make a quick buck. And yeah, you're going to have a lot of people that are falling for it. And the one thing that I don't really understand with this, though, is like, what is the point of making a fake game and putting it on Steam if people can just return it within like 2 hours? Or are we just going to start seeing these fake games like put a ton of effort into the first 2 or 3 hours of gameplay, or like first 5 hours, and then like after that they're like, all right, welcome to the main city, and then you just like walk into a city and it's just a blank white room with like tables randomly placed all over there's just like nothing. There's no gameplay after that.
And I've been looking at these trailers now for a couple of years, and these are some of the commonalities that I've learned to just kind of pay attention to. And so one of the points that I've also really noticed, and I've noticed this quite a bit, is the fact that with a lot of these games, there is almost a 0% focus on gameplay. And for me, in a trailer for a video game, I'm going to care about the game. I'm not going to care about how nice the trees look. These are nice. It's great. I like that. If the graphics are great, then that makes the game better. But I'm sorry, but video game with good graphics isn't going to get me to play it.
No.
Unfortunately, some people are
graphics are a multiplier.
Really kind of
they make a game they make a great game that's already good better.
And so, of course, they decided to buy the day before. And I think that that's a really good example of the issue that I'm talking about, is that any time that a video game, and this is basically what the day before was a survival, open world, extraction, looter shooter, MMORPG, open world, and, basically
buzzword.
Like, if you had a business sales pitch and you had to give it to some 70-year-old investor who doesn't play video games,
you fill it with
but
buzzwords.
They understand a little bit about it because their grandkids play Fortnite. Think about all the buzzwords that you would use to hoodwink this guy into giving you $100 million, and that's basically the way this game was advertised. And anyway, the game comes out, and it's a complete piece of fucking garbage. Of course it is. I mean, what a surprise. And people go and they do some digging, and they look around, and they see the fact that almost every single thing that exists in the video game is just lifted straight from the store. And I think
one of the other things too is that, like, especially when you're talking about like use of buzzwords, like, again, you know what's crazy about this? Like, it's not just these guys that are guilty of doing those kind of things. AAA is doing the exact same thing. AAA is doing the exact same thing right now. They fill their games with just as many buzzwords as well. How many like chill farming games, farming sim games have you guys seen over the last few years? A lot of that is due to the fact that investors have no problem putting money into that because they've seen how many games over the last few years that have taken off because they have those kind of mechanics. right? A lot of people have. A lot of people have. So any of these investors are immediately going to turn around and go, "Oh yeah, no, that's in style right now." Same thing goes for battle royales for a portion. You know what I mean? Look at how many different battle royales popped up out of nowhere. Mark with the $5 says, "What you're going to see is more early access experiences and unfinished games that won't release 1.0. You will 100% see that, and it's going to be that's going to be the cop out. And I'm really afraid of like how out of control that's going to get, because there's a lot of games that break into early access on Steam, and not all of them make it to full 1.0. And I really don't want that to become a trend where consumers are afraid to invest in early access games, because it really does help to make some great games release in the future. I think a really good example of that is Baldur's Gate 3. Last Epoch is another good example. Unshrouded, I think, is going to be a really good example of that as well. And investing in these early access games does lead to an awesome game later. And it's cool because you get to be a part of that journey. And there's a lot of value in something like that. But there's a lot of people that are out there that want to take advantage of that. There's a lot of people out there that want to take advantage of that. They want to take advantage of the consumer's goodwill. And it's going to happen, sadly.
That again, one of the best ways that you can tell that this is happening is the over-reliance on a focus of the background or the focus of non-essential gameplay elements inside of a trailer that actually have nothing to do with the game itself. So the way that the lighting looks, the way that the water looks, the way that the environments look. And I think this is especially true with things that are not, of course, photorealistic, but are going into the very, very realistic, oh, this looks very real, the graphics look very good, high-fidelity graphics, not more stylized graphics.
Yeah.
I see this happen a lot, and I think that the more that there's a focus on that, the higher the chance is that this game could just be a joke. Now, don't let this discourage you from trying some of these games out. Just make sure you buy them on Steam and you don't play them for more than 2 hours before you decide if you want to keep them. So you can always refund it if it inevitably probably becomes garbage. Or
and the other thing to clarify with as well is that I think Steam holds the money for like 30 days. So even if some of these games were a scam like the day before, it really wouldn't matter, because you can't even really, like, you'd be kind of stupid to try to scam people on Steam. Because if Steam can figure it out and go, oh yeah, no, this is a blatant ripoff. You know what I mean? Like, you totally lied about what you were trying to provide to the players. Steam can withhold it and they can just kick the game off. It's the same way. They did the same thing to the day before, actually.
Garbage or some variation of that. So I think that for me, this is it's a very big double-edged sword, because as I said earlier, it allows people who could never make video games to make them, and it also allows people who should never make video games to make them as well. So how do you address this? How do you approach this? I don't necessarily think that there is a guaranteed solution for it, which is why I'm talking about it in this video.
Yeah.
I just simply wanted to share something that I've noticed a lot with these games. And I think that in the process of noticing that and seeing kind of like, okay, this is a little bit of a pattern that we're starting to see here, well then maybe in that case, we can maybe think about paying attention to this a little bit more. And as soon as I see this, I kind of have my guard up a little bit. I'm a little bit, less likely to just immediately get hyped up about these games. And it's unfortunate that that's the truth, but the reality is that I think that people are going to obviously try to make games like this, and it does come down to the consumer to really make an educated decision.
Yep.
That's why my advice is always to make sure to watch streams, make sure to watch YouTube videos. I don't care.
Yeah, so like one of the things that I will say about this as well is that like this content already exists. So that's I don't know if he brings it up in this video, but like one of the things to point out is that these type of games already exist on Steam. If you go to Steam's trending, or if you just go to Steam's new games, you are going to see a list of games that are like trashware. It's some garbage game that somebody put together with a damn PowerPoint. And yeah, it's literally there just to hopefully snag somebody that was gullible enough to buy it. And as an example, what ends up happening is that people get ripped off and they lose their money. And there's less of that happening right now because it's pretty easy for us to like visually see what is a bad game and what is a good game with just enough like initial visual context. Not every person, not every customer is going to actually go and look at a video of the game. Not many people are going to go and talk to their friends about it. They're not going to go and read about it. You are going to have people that are going to try to make educated purchases, but for the most part, I hate to say it like this, but the vast majority of people are stupid. They're just going to buy it. They're just going to buy it. And what ends up happening as a result of that is that you're going to have a huge group of people that are helping to fund bad games and dirty practices. Simple as that. And you know the reason why I say something like that? Because we already do it with AAA. We already have vast amount of people that continue to buy the same old recycled garbage and keep putting money into live service games that aren't even providing them with any real value because they're just doing it blindly because they're bored or because they have the extra money or it's just because what they're used to. How many people that still buy Madden? Hell, I used to love playing the NFL games because I'm a big hockey guy, or NHL games because I'm a big hockey guy, but I don't buy them anymore because I bought 2, and then after I bought 2 of them, the rest of them were just trash. They were the exact same game. You know, what's the point? You know what I mean? So you're going to have people that are just going to walk into some of these games and buy them because they're used to taking things at face value, and they're not folks that do their research. And it's going to make these games more prominent.
Carefully watch it with ad blocker, neighbor's Wi-Fi, stolen laptop, whatever you want to do. The end of the day, you just want to actually see somebody legitimately play the game before you buy it yourself. Okay, that's my best advice. And I think it's basically don't let yourself be consumed by the hype for these games. And also, another thing is that a lot of people on the internet like to commit to an idea. They like to think about something and have a viewpoint, and then they never change that viewpoint because if you change the viewpoint, then you admit that you were wrong. Yeah. Well, guess what? Sometimes you're misled and your initial impression is wrong. And unless you want to be out 60 or actually, what am I talking about? We're in 2024 now. $70 for a new video game at the least. It's important to every once in a while swallow your pride and think to yourself, maybe this isn't actually as amazing as I thought it was going to be. Yeah. So I'm really hoping that more people can start picking up on this and start.
That was me with Diablo 4. That's why I said, like, this. It's not just these guys that are doing. AAA is misleading people as well. I mean, that's probably a little bit too harsh for me to say it like that, but it really is one of those things where you can get caught up in the hype and not taking the time to really research things. And I'll just give you guys just an example of this, right? Is that like looking at Diablo 4, I did not pay attention to basically anything that had happened with Blizzard up until the point of Diablo 4. I'd only ever really been a Diablo guy. Like, yeah, I played World of Warcraft way, way back in the day, but outside of that, like, I was really just a Diablo guy. And, yeah, I just didn't agree with the things that people said online because I didn't understand the wider scope of what Blizzard had been doing with their games over the last few years. So I didn't realize that, hey, maybe I should be kind of cautious about stepping into this game and not just wholeheartedly believing that it's going to deliver on the value that I believe it's going to, which then led me to make videos about it and gaslight other players into thinking that the game was going to be good. That wasn't good.
Start realizing it. And again, I want to talk about it.
You say $60 to $70 for a FromSoft game and Capcom games now. Only companies that are not garbage. Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is, it's not even the price of games too. I'm wondering like how greedy some of these like tech demo style games are going to try to be. Well, you have to experience it to be actually aware of it. And buying D4 led to you experiencing the exact same problems Blizzard was facing and still is. Yeah, and that's the benefit of buying something on Steam versus buying it somewhere else, is that you're always going to have that opportunity to switch around, turn that and return that game if you've only played it for under 2 hours and find out that it wasn't the experience that you were looking for. You know what I mean? And it's as simple as that. And luckily, most of these games are not going to be games that are going to be on console storefronts. And the reason why, and this is actually one of the things that I will say, consoles specifically have a higher standard of quality for the game released on their platform. Now that's going to sound crazy to the people that are PC folks, even myself when I'm saying it sounds like it's ridiculous, but there are multiple checks that they have to go through for them to be able to put those games on platforms. Sony, as an example, doesn't even allow early access games to begin with. So like Sony fans are going to be completely okay. They're never going to run into stuff like this. Xbox guys, pretty much the same for the most part. They're going to vet these games and see whether or not these games are going to be worth even having on their platform because, do we want to be associated with this game? Things like that. Though I guess that really doesn't say much for Redfall. But yeah. However, when it comes to Steam, PC marketplaces, you really don't have that issue that much. There's shovelware on PlayStation 2. Just not as much. Yeah, there's too many hoops for them to have to jump through to be able to get that on their platform. Both platforms, by the way. Nintendo even more so, I think. But Nintendo, all of them have some level of shovelware. But when these games start looking like they're supposed to be almost AAA level quality, I think that the studios, or not the studios, but the console makers are probably going to look at them pretty finely.
Just one last time, just so you guys can kind of see where I'm coming from with this, is an over-reliance on environmental factors. You go back and you look at the last three or the first three Unreal 5 tech demos, you see what they're showing, and if any of the games start showing a lot of environments like that in a very extended way without showing actual gameplay, you're talking about systems, that's the point where you need to be worried. That's the point where there could just be zero creativity and a literal Control-C, Control-V situation. It is totally lifted off of the store, and there is nothing original or there is no quality to this whatsoever. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Well, just because it's not original assets doesn't mean that it's not going to be a great game. Look at something like Only Up, for example. Yes, that's such a great idea. Let's look at the one exception instead of the actual rule. Let's look at...
Yeah, the vast majority of these games are not good. The vast majority of them are not good. And the thing is that you are going to have some games where they just have a really unique idea, and they are just going to use a bunch of store assets. If you have, a team of 5 or 6 guys, right? And none of you are actually artists, but you are designers that have, some generally good idea for a game that you think could sell well, or you think that players would actually really enjoy, then yeah, you're going to have a couple games that are out there that are completely lifted from the store that players are still going to like because it's still fun. Because that's what players care about more than anything else, right? We just want to have fun with the game. The gameplay itself has to be addictive in some way. It has to be enjoyable. So if that's the focus, then obviously we're really not going to care that much whether or not they purchase the stuff off the store or not. But it's the overall quality of the game that's going to be what's in question. A Knight with the £10 says the current model is simple: consume half-finished product. Don't complain if you do, but get gaslit. Yeah, I know. And it's sad that things are like that now, but the worst part is, like, we even get gaslit by developers. We even have the developers on, like, Twitter, like, saying, oh, you don't like our game? Well, you don't like our game because you're not a good person. You don't have taste. Don't try to tell me that you understand how my job is supposed to be done.
Let's look at the 1 or 2 other games that use store assets like Dark and Darker, and then let's base our entire decision-making process off of just 2 different games. Or we can look at the other hundreds of games that have come out in the past year or so that have looked amazing, and that's all they've done. And to be honest, they don't even look amazing, because after you've seen about 5 or 6 of the games, you've seen all of them. And what I mean by that is literally you've seen all of them because they're all using the exact same assets. Yeah. So yeah, guys, Unreal 5 tech demos disguised as video games. Don't let them hoodwink you. It's happened to me, and it's happened to other people too. And I'll be honest, I'm going to keep buying them because, hey, it's really great for video content, and, it's like it's
so transparent.
Right? But
so transparent.
I want to make sure that you make an educated decision with your money, and I wanted to make this video and kind of share my insight and my thoughts on this because I've been seeing this going on for really now I don't know, probably 2 years or so.
Yeah.
And I think it's only going to get worse.
It will.
And also, again, it's a double-edged sword. It gives some developers that don't have the tools the ability to make something amazing. And, man, sometimes it gives them the ability to make something that really, really sucks, too. So anyway, guys, that's about all I've got. I'd be really curious in the comments to hear some examples of games like this that were that for you. Whenever you saw the game, you were like, yeah, this is probably just a tech demo, and it's not actually a real video game. I'd like to see them for myself, just so I could kind of, you know, just for my own enjoyment, I guess. So yeah, guys, let me know what you think in the comments, and that's about all I've got. So thanks for watching, and peace.
So, the one thing that a couple things here at the end. So one of the things that I'm really curious about is that specifically if you guys see that, one of the things that I'm really worried about is when it comes to a lot of these, you know, Unreal Engine tech demos and stuff. You know, before we were talking about MMOs, right? And how MMO is definitely a big buzzword that a lot of these, you know, fake developers, I like to call them, like fake developers are trying to use. And one of the things I'm worried about when it comes to MMOs is that, you know, let's say Ashes of Creation fails. Let's say it's not very good. The problem is that like the entire genre of MMO has been devalued because of these Unreal Engine 5 tech demos, to the point where I feel like consumers are going to become genuinely numb to it. And when they see a new MMO pop up, they're like, oh yeah, it's probably another fake one. And you're just not going to have the day one adoption that you need to be able to make an MMO survive, even if the MMO is good. Because players are just going to be so adverse to, you know, trying to play those games in the first place. Look at how many games that are out there right now specifically that are like that. There's a ton, man. There's a ton. And I actually do think that these games, these scam games, do have a chance to potentially ruin an entire genre of games just by existing, which sucks. Because, like, what are you going to do about it? Other than hopefully have faith that the Riot MMO can do well, or that Ashes of Creation is actually a good game, or that Blizzard makes World of Warcraft 2, or Final Fantasy comes out with a new MMO, or that's never going to happen. They said they want to do another 10 years of Final Fantasy 14. You know what I mean? So it's like it does have a potential to turn a lot of players, especially like younger consumers, newer consumers, to that genre away, because they're just going to see that every MMO that comes out is fake. Because a lot of these games try to pretend like they're MMOs. At least that's most of the ones that I've seen so far. So yeah. And the reason why many of these companies are trying to make an MMO in the first place is because it's the king. It is the god of live service games. It keeps people invested for the longest with the most recycled content possible. It is the most... It takes a lot of resources to run an MMO, but the funny thing is that comparatively from like what World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy do today, with technology in the next few years, it's not going to be necessary to have that much invested in people, and it'll be more investment just in general tools to use instead. So you're going to see more of these studios hop on the train of trying to make their own MMO, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. But yeah, no, this is a really good video. I hope he makes more stuff like this. I genuinely do. You know, over the years since I've started watching the guy, he does it every once in a while. He stopped for a really long time and didn't really make anything like this. But I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good muscle for him to try to exercise, because the thing is you can get really caught into doing the same thing over and over again, talking about the same topics. And while React content is a different type of creation in itself, dialogue in general is a different type of creation. Genuinely coming up with your own idea and voicing that idea is a completely different experience. And it's something that, especially for somebody that, you know, puts a lot of content on YouTube, streams a lot and stuff, I think it's just a good thing to do. It's like, for me, it's like a meditation exercise more than anything else. It's one of the reasons why I like making YouTube videos so much, because I love making YouTube videos. So yeah, I really appreciate this. I think it's a really good video. I liked it. I liked it. Thank you for sticking with me on that. Personally, I'm not like a big React guy in the first place. I just like to digest information more than like try to do something like that. If I was gonna have like a anything reactionary from me would be more of a like a conversation, like a genuine conversation with somebody else. It was fun. Well done. Fun watch. Okay. Maybe I'll watch it back later, clip it, and see if I want to post it or something like that. Maybe I will. Asmin watching watching him. Yeah, watching me. Yeah. Yeah, I saw he was watching me earlier. Late to tune in, but thoughts on streamers and YouTubers funding bad development practices and the reason loot boxes even exist. My favorite streamer is playing, and now I want to play, donate to streamer, and then spend thousands on loot boxes. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't really personally. I don't see any problem with like the YouTuber doing what they want unless they're like super against doing it. But at the same time, like, get your money. I don't know. Do we really blame loot boxes on streamers and YouTubers though? I don't think that we do. I mean, like, and the thing is too is that like I don't think people necessarily even really have to like stick to their morals when it comes to stuff like that either. It's a weird slippery slope, to be honest. Streamers haven't helped, but also the average person doesn't. Yeah, the average person doesn't do absolutely anything when it comes to loot boxes, and you know, I mean, at the same time, loot boxes are basically gone. I haven't played a game with a loot box in I don't even know how long. Right? Blame CSGO on loot boxes. Yeah, blame the game, not the people that are playing it. I mean, you could blame the people because they're the ones that are making it popular, but if you think the streamers are the ones that are funding this stuff to make it, like, if the streamers didn't engage with it, I don't think it would make a difference, because the average person is the one that's really funding this whole thing. It's not the guy that's spending a few $1,000s on stream. Gamers need to understand more about dialectical materialism and use that towards games. People get lost in the sauce because they can't point out the struggles and end up targeting people instead of the systems. Yeah, like, I'm not going to target the individual developers that are trying to make some of these games. Instead, what you do is you have to put the onus on yourself to just make smart purchasing decisions. Like, use your brain. If you get scammed, you got scammed. Like, you know, do you blame a wolf for hunting a sheep? I'm not saying that it's not a good thing. We should shame the people that are trying to scam other people, but also at the same time, we do have to hold ourselves responsible in some way, because if we don't, we never learn. Simple as that. If we don't take ownership for the mistakes that we make, we never learn. And I think everybody can probably agree with that. I think that's a relatively true statement. It's the whole fool me once, fool me twice. Yeah. So I think there's a way of going about it, but maybe that wasn't necessarily the best way for me to word it, but I think you guys understand what I mean. Kids also don't help with things. Oh, that got deleted. Oh, you're saying kids don't help things because parents keep throwing money at the kids to keep them busy so they can keep doing what they want. That's just, I don't know. There's no changing that. I'm sorry. There's no changing that. I don't like tell people to raise their kids better. Yeah, that's going to work. That's going to work. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Yeah. I can't tell you guys how many times I've gone to like restaurants and they just sit a fucking tablet in front of their kids and they're like, and then, you know, here's your cartoons. They constantly have an electronic device in front of them so they can keep the kid distracted for long enough so they get their moment of peace. But instead of their moment of peace, they're looking for moments, hours, days of peace. They don't want to raise their kids more than half the time. That's what ends up happening. That's what ends up happening. But the thing is that, like, you know, you're saying like parent your kids. That's not gonna work. It doesn't. You know what the funny thing? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter anymore anyway. Most people, most like younger, most like people that are younger don't even want kids to begin with anyway. My generation doesn't want kids. Younger generations definitely don't. They think that, you know, they grew up on Twitter, so they think that we're the plague of the earth, and they should probably be the last generation. Yeah, it's a lost war, man. We've already seen what kids that grew up on tablets look like. You know, they got broccoli for hair. Train wrecks and Tim the Tap Man use donation money to fund loot box streams. Devs have to see this. Train wrecks and Tim the Tap Man. I mean, Train wrecks gambles on stream. Is that somebody that we're like really trying to use as an example for people? I mean, nothing against the guy. He does what he wants. You know what I mean? But like, that's not really like a shining example of somebody that I would want, you know, kids taking, you know, being inspired off of. Devs have to see this. I mean, like, since Trainwrecks and Tim the Tap Man both make all of their money from streaming, I would imagine all of their money that's earned from streaming, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, of course the money that they would earn from stream is being used if they're buying like loot boxes and stuff like that. But that's not like, the thing is that like the reason why I say this is like, I'm just trying to be common sense about it. I can't blame the hold on. I can't blame the streamers for doing what streamers do. You know what I mean? Like, they don't genuinely care about their audience for the most part, right? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to like wrap my mind around this. Like, any money that they would earn if they, so okay, if I'm a streamer, oh my god, I am. All right. If I went to buy, like, here's the thing. I'm just going to use this as an example right now, right? So like, here I am playing Helldivers 2. If I went and I bought super credits so that I could buy something from the super store, wouldn't I technically be using my money that I earned from stream to buy a microtransaction and then therefore be promoting microtransactions? Is that what the line of reasoning is? I'm confused. Where are those chats coming from? like, oh, there, now they pop up. That was really crazy. Like, your chats are popping up before the stream could catch it. Sub, you're like a fucking ninja. I don't think it's like that. There's a threshold. You can buy whatever you want. The moment you create money goals to do that is when it goes crazy. Oh, so you're saying like donate 1,000, you know, if donations reach 1,000, then I'll spend all $1,000 on loot boxes. Is that what you're trying to say? Because if that's what you're trying to say, then I guess that, I mean, I guess that kind of complicates stuff, because then I don't know, man. I don't know. Here's the thing, man. I can't cast judgment on other streamers. You know what I mean? Like, we all do the same shit. You know what I mean? Like, content creators all do the same stuff. We talk about the things that we think will not only interest us, but we do the things that interest us, but we think are going to be the most entertaining for other people. And at the end of the day, Monkey Brain says, spinny, spinny box, give me golden stuff. And they want to watch other people do it with more money. And if anything, the funny thing is that, like, while I guess you could see that as glorification, the smart people that are watching that see, he just blew $1,000 on a digital, you know, skin, on a random chance at getting a skin for a weapon, and he didn't get anything good in $1,000. I am not going to spend money on this. So in the same way, we could weigh both and say there's just as many people that may look at it and go, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? It's on the viewers to make the final decision. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So yeah. That's my take. That's my take. What the? Is this like a... Was this like a summoning circle? You guys having like a cult meeting? Okay, this is a fast mission. We gotta locate termited nests. Get in, get out. Gentlemen. All right, I want you to do your damnedest, your best for Super Earth. I want to see no bullshit. Get in that pod! Get!
Orbit synchronized.
As my dad always said, no mamby-pamby. I have no idea what that means. Yes. Oh, wait, what's today's mission? Hold on. I don't know. Whatever, I'll find out later. I'll find out next time. Let's see here. What else? Let's do Mechie. EMS. All right, let's do it. Thanks for streaming. Have a good one. See you next time. Peace. It's not a defense mission. I don't need a Tesla tower. This is only like a 12-minute, like, go kill bug nests. I wouldn't see any why would I need a Tesla tower? Tell me how the sound is. Is it too loud? Is it too low? very democratic of you. How very democratic. Bug filth.
Got a sample.
I don't think so. Get the fuck out of here. That is awfully close. I should be okay. Oh, I knew that was coming. I should have backed up. Well, God damn it.
Joining the fray. Get some. Get some.
Hello, sir.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
3, 2, 1. Ow. 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 Oh, I'm fucked. I didn't realize there was that many hunters. Sir? They have so much health. It's like way more health than I think that they would. Oh, SCAF artillery. No, I'm heading over to Cal. You guys take care of the nest. I'm gonna head over to B4, work on the artillery. Nice.
Sample collected. Package dropping package.
Heavy, northeast, 50 meters.
What do I need?
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling in reinforcements. Northeast, on my position.
Package fire. Dropping package.
Whoa, whoa, where did you come from? I couldn't see him over the fucking... over all the democracy on screen.
New mag. Throwing grenade.
That was an evasive maneuver. All right, guys, that was an evasive maneuver. I hope you guys know that.
Mag's empty. Reloading.
Oh my god, there's so many of you guys. Oh. No.
Mag's empty.
Sir?
Freedom forever.
Oh! Oh, you got it. There's so many hunters. Why are there so many hunters? Stop it. Come on, man. Right here. Hey, cheese. A lot of ammo. Things are looking grim.
You'll never destroy our way of life.
You'll never destroy our way of life.
Sending in an eagle. Have it take you.
Only got 6 with that, huh? I thought I'd get more. Alright. Yeah, I'm moving. The single tap with the EATs is like the single best change. Yes, it's so good. It feels so nice now.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Why is there another one over here? That's okay.
Package. Dropping package.
100 meters.
Pulling down supplies.
God damn it. I'm not going to be able to. Reloading! Nope.
Prosperity.
Somebody found the stalker layer. Nice.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
It's not even about what order we put them in. It's just getting them in.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Dropping package.
I think one more. Good.
Engaging terminal.
Calling in extraction.
Got it.
Calling down a walker. Orbital strike. Requesting advanced weaponry. Ammo.
Requesting air support.
God, dude, I feel like a fucking machine. Come on, soldier. You got a problem going on back there. What? Called in. I'll handle this other nest. We're gonna get some extra points here.
Dropping a pin. South, 100 meters. Tagging map. South, 100 meters. Extraction. Dropping a pin. 100 meters. Requesting walking map.
Let's do this.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Ready to liberate.
How'd you like to chase all freedom?
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
I'm out.
Enemy down, baby.
Say hello to democracy.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Max. Changing out.
I'm not gonna lie. This was a very, very democratic, very liberty-focused drop. Gentlemen, excellent work. Excellent work. Excellent work, everybody.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
That's exactly what you like to see. That's exactly what you like to see. Admirals carrying the cap. Excuse yourself. Excuse you. I just make it look easy for them. Excuse you. The gym stare? I feel like that's kind of a compliment, right? Yeah, it's a bit of a compliment. Makes you feel like it, at least.
Mission accomplished, Helldiver. One small step for democracy.
One small step for democracy.
Our enemies.
That's right. Let's stay ahead. Let's stay ahead. I'll kick up the difficulty after we clear this one.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit.
He's gymming the camera. Do I? All right, let's do this. Walker can carry. Definitely take an EAT. I'm gonna take a Tesla tower. And what else? Yeah, that'll work. That'll do. That'll do. What are you taking? A Deepwoods? Taking a stalwart? Is that what that is? So I tried the blister and it's mid, so upset. Not everyone can be a winner. Plus on top of that, I really wouldn't be too upset because, like, you know, what if like the newest weapons every single month were like the best weapons in the game? I'm pretty sure players would be kind of livid. Oh, sorry I missed your other message, Fatal. Again, just a thought of effect of the internet and the game development. Streamers like you deserve donations for what you provide. I mean, that's also like eyes of the beholder. You know what I mean? I'm sure that like the people that really like Tim the Tat Man and people like that, like they probably think that they deserve the money they get. I would imagine. Otherwise, why are you giving it to them? Oh, somebody's already on it. Oh, it took it out.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting orbital strike. How about a nice cup of liberty?
Easy. Best thing you could ever do is just run away and let somebody else deal with it. Personally, I think that's just a better way to go.
Heavy. You will never destroy our way of life.
All right, I'm putting a Tesla tower down over here.
Calling down a sentry. Reloading. Sentry.
How does it sneak up from behind me? Split up, turn on all three, works great. Part of me wants to believe you.
Democracy has landed.
Oh, you took out my Tesla tower, you piece of shit. I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it. I do like the Scorcher. Scorcher's really nice. Can I hit it? Can I hit it? Yeah, get fucked.
To liberate.
Revenge was mine in the end. Oh, fuck. Cal absolutely destroyed me there. I think those are deflections off of the armor. I think that's what got me.
Democracy has landed.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Come on, switch.
Reloading. Heavy on my position.
Nice shot. Okay.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Alright.
Sending in an eagle.
Come on.
Requesting sentry.
Oh, I guess my mortar did go down somewhere. No, oh, I'm gonna get killed. Hey, oh, almost got murdered by my own sentry there. That would not have been good.
Fire in the hole! Bag's empty!
If anybody gets an extra stalwart, throw it down on my side. I'll take it. Or a machine gun or whatever you brought.
I'm out!
Stay away from that tower. Or watch out.
Sentry!
Oh, and then it got blown up. Oh, that missed. My bad. Okay. Okay. Next silo.
Calling down a support weapon!
Deploying support weapon.
Can only watch so much before you need to play it. Yeah, I know. I still got time on mine. Actually, I'll call my Patriot.
Requesting walker! Calling down a sentry!
Marking location, southeast. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Well, that's a lot of heavies. Ow.
Reinforcing. Calling down a support weapon. Heavy, west, 50 meters.
No. I'll let you guys take care of that. I don't have anything. Back on this back side. This is where it's getting ignored over here.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry.
That's not where I wanted to put that, but okay.
Sentry. No. Not today. Freedom forever. Come out. Fire in the hole.
Oh, I didn't realize how close I got. Have you guys seen the blue lasers? Which was the blue laser?
Ready to liberate. Going down a support weapon.
Come on, 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 come on. Oh no. And we got it.
Heavy. Southwest. Close. I'm out.
Supposedly the illuminate? What do you mean? That's a myth. There's no such thing. Ministry of Truth specifically put out a message saying that the illuminate is not real, and anybody that's caught talking about it could be in really big trouble. So be really careful about who you say that to.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Get some! Get some!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I'm really interested to see how they do boss type enemies, personally.
I'm out.
Really interested to see what their plan is for that. I don't know. Like, part of me, deep down, is hoping that it's more than 4-player. I think that would be so sick.
Enemy elite.
And I hope it's not just like an ad fight. Like, I actually hope it's like something more than that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm hoping that there's some, you know, interesting mechanics to understand, stuff like that. That's just me. Uh-oh, I'm fucked.
Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon.
This is like the easiest one to defend.
Reloading.
I fucking sniped that thing. Absolutely sniped.
Southeast, 50 meters.
There we go. Man, EMS plus Tesla Tower really hits. It just... It's right. I really hope the offline role-playing game of this continues. I mean, as long as the developers continue to embrace it, and then, you know, I don't know how you would do it, but make that part of the game, like the community part of it, like even more rewarding, or like, you know, I don't know. Make things that happen outside of the game matter in the game. That would be really cool. Like, you know, certain discussions or something like that. Outside of the game lore turning into real game lore, things like that. I think stuff like that could be really useful.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Tagging location. East. Never mind. Sentry. Southeast. Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike.
Southeast. You will never destroy our way of life.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting air support. Exile. Exile.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Tesla Tower straight up watching our back. Where'd your head go?
T-minus 30 seconds.
Marking location. Southeast. Sentry. Cancel that.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
I'm out.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Oh, I thought I hit that. I thought I hit that.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. For democracy.
Another excellent mission, boys. Another excellent mission.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
They already kind of did that with Malevelon Creek, didn't they? Yeah, kind of in a way.
Victory was never in doubt.
Helldivers TTRPG win? Yeah, that's actually a good question. I mean, Larian did it with Baldur's Gate 3, right? I just remembered something just randomly. So like in my last video, I talked about this thing about how like, dude, we just liberated it 100%. That was us. We did it. You see that? Chat, did you see that? Did you see this crowning achievement?
A triumphant return.
You dropped this king. Did you guys see that? I don't know if that was legit or not, but it felt like it. It felt legit. All right, we'll put on impossible.
Another step closer to a successful operation.
Squadron.
You dropped this. Right. That's right. Oh, we lost somebody. What is the thing today? Extract from a successful mission 3 times. Oh, easy. It'll be on the next one. Oh, we're losing 1. Don't bump it up to 8. Oh, okay.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Oh, okay. We'll kick it down then.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
One mission.
Let's do this.
Initiating FTL jump to the Errata system.
GG. Gotta go liberate with some other Helldivers. Have a good night, man. Appreciate it.
Mission coordinates locked.
Oh god. Night on Errata. Oh no. Oh yeah, isn't Errata like super dusty? Oh, hold on. I gotta feed the cat. 1 second.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Okay, we back. If there is a pets channel ID, post my cats there. They're super fluffy. Yeah. Homie knows it's dinner time. Even though he's a little late today, about an hour late. Laser dog's always kind of nice to have. I remember when I got kicked for having laser dog before. Noobs. Meta slaves. Do, 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 do.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let me know what stands in the way of liberty. Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting sentry. Have a taste of democracy.
You will never destroy our way of life.
God, have you guys ever seen something something more democratic than this? Holy shit! That was a mortar.
Calling in reinforcements.
Funny thing is that like that bug wasn't anywhere near me.
Tunnel breach.
Oh. We're gonna pretend like that was actually my flamethrower that just killed that thing. Oh god. Hello, sir. Oh, killed by life. Not what I was expecting. Not what I wanted. Come on, come on, come on. Got him in a leg.
Ready to liberate.
Got him in a leg. Like you spin. Ow! No!
Reinforcing. Helldiver, reporting to the front.
Man, I can't get out of my own way this time. I can't get out of my own way.
Calling in reinforcements.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress.
Joining the fray.
Oh, okay, all right. You know, hey, I'll get him next time.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
I'll get him next time, you know? I started strong. Didn't finish that way.
With the dispensing of the termites.
Am I the only one that does not like I feel like regular mortars are really good on bugs and bots, but regular mortars should be like held to like very specific scenarios on bugs. Just because like the sheer numbers of bugs sometimes are like so overwhelming and their objective is to get to you. Unlike bots will like stay back, you know what I mean? Yeah, solo play. Yeah, that's also true. Usually when I see somebody drop a mortar, I just lay down next to it. This is the safest place I can be.
Rarely seen liberty dispensed so rapidly.
Hell yeah. That's a
Welcome
fucking
aboard,
Liberty right.
Helldiver.
Welcome aboard. Anything good here? This medic armor? What's it do? The butcher. More stims and stim duration. What's this one? You know what the other thing that I would like to see is actually? I would like to see classification next to it. Like heavy, light, like right here. Or maybe in here somewhere. Actually, let me get Mark in here. Oh, he's not online. Mark, are you still watching? Where'd you get off? Looks like he got off. Don't be Mark.
destroyer has joined squadron.
That's fine. All right.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Hey, thank you for the follow over on Twitch.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Okay, so we had nests to take out. That's fun. Bringing stuff for waves. Actually, instead of this, we'll take laser and like a primary. No, we'll take.
Destroyer has left squadron.
Oh,
Hellpod launch suspended.
lost him just as soon as we got him. What's your go-to setup? I don't really have like a go-to setup. Kind of depends on the mission type, like what we're doing.
Allied destroyer has
If it's
joined
like,
squadron.
you know, if it's
Engaging
like,
orbital
I
thrusters.
don't know. Bug missions like this, I think
Synchronized.
bringing a mech is always nice. I like bringing a mech, something to take down chargers, and then I just play off of what everybody else is bringing. So if like the other guys are bringing stuff to take down heavies, like take down Bile Titans and stuff, then I'll take down stuff. I'll bring stuff to take down waves, air burst, laser, stuff like that. So like this guy, so like Beak brought stuff to basically to take down waves. This is also to kind of take down waves. I need to bring some stuff to take down some heavies.
Launch initiated.
I think that's what we should try to look to do. Be like, oh, hey, well, you know, I see everybody here is really, you know, AoE focused. Well, I'm gonna bring a bunch of stuff for like some single target damage. I don't know if I would have got that Battlefront Ultimate Edition. There's a lot of people not very happy with it. Most people give it overall overwhelmingly negative.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
And then if somebody gets an extra beak, whenever you get an extra stalwart, just mark it for me and I'll pick it up. So that way I got something to use.
Whoever's going to the west side, you got a stalker nest there on the mark.
Dropping a pin.
Stalker nest, all right.
300 meters. Enemy patrol, northwest.
I like the railgun, but I just don't like it as much now. Like it's good, it's still not bad, but it feels like it's more used for like general use now, like taking out like smaller armored enemies more than anything else. Holy shit.
Reinforcing. Bug tunnel breach. Ready to liberate.
Holy shit. Up. God damn it. Something I do a lot is something I do way too frequently is like try to hit like shift to run to like get up off the ground, but that doesn't work. You have to hit alt again to get up off the ground. Oh, that missed. That's not good. I'm in the fucking thick of it here. No, oh my God, I was stuck in the water. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to do too. I just wasn't expecting such a massive wave right off the bat. Well, there's the stalkers. Okay, let's try this all over again.
Joining the fray. Reloading. Calling down a support weapon.
Level 7 easier than level 6. It feels like it sometimes, yeah. So I was running some like level 4s with some people the other day, like helping them get leveled up, and even those were like, mind you, we were running them with like only 3 of us, I think, but even still, like it was just,
I got the terminal.
it was pretty wild. What is that? A planet?
Drop in a pin, northwest, 200 meters.
Enemy patrol, northeast.
This is.
Throwing grenade. I'm on it. Bug tunnel breach.
Sending in an eagle.
Orbital inbound.
Had a level 6 defense. We had 6 Bile Titans following us. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Which is funny because like you'll run with like lower level people, and they just don't have what you need to be able to take care of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like they do not have the equipment necessary to be able to handle that. I totally thought I nailed that. This one I'll get. What an arm. No, I fucking hate these guys. Might as well run around, pick up some stuff while we got the time and the chance. Kissy kissies. I think the reason why I hate them is because I never hear them. I don't know why, but like... Is that it? Just common samples? Oh, get the fuck out of here. Oh, it's the earthquake. I was like, what the fuck was that?
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Clear the area.
Extraction is available.
I'm so fucking out of it. Not even paying attention. Everyone complains about the hunters, but the spitters are the devil. Spitters, I'm like, and the funny thing is, like, even like the yellow guys aren't even supposed to have like that much range, and they still are absolute fucking menaces. Hi, where did you come from? Where did you come from? Imagine being able to spit out of the side of your mouth like that. I'm dead. Oh my god, I got out. Let's do... No.
There's a hell bomb up here at the mark.
Yep. Oh no. Are you serious? Okay, I was about to say, like, all right, we need to get the fuck away from here. Oh, there's a hell. Is that a hell bomb down by the other one? Why? Oh, okay. I forgot it would do that. They need to fix that. They need to fix that. I guess it's probably how it actually moves, because like the torso hadn't turned all the way. So when it fired, it just fired into itself. But it still doesn't really make a lot of sense. Honestly, I think there's a good chance that they won't fix it. Probably like, yeah, no. You need to take your time. Huh? Is that what I meant to do? Orbital Rail just said, nah, I'm good. What the fuck happened there? Yeah, my orbital rail cannon just didn't come in. That's so weird.
Got a sample. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, it did. It's on his side. I see it now. Now it's dead. Where's the other missiles at? Missing 2. Oh, right between his fucking legs.
Package acquired. Objective located. Dropping package. Reinforcing.
What?
How'd you like to chase all freedom? Liberty take me! Orbital inbound.
Holy shit. Oh no. The minute I look up. The minute I look up.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
What is going on? Is it because this is like the last planet? So like all of the bugs have come here?
Dropping item. Package acquired.
Nice. Super samples times 3. Nice.
Dropping package. Reloading. Terminal.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Alright, we need to get the fuck out of here.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Fire in the hole. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Especially because like I feel like sometimes like with the spitters, they take like they don't take as much damage as you feel like they should sometimes. And also, did they increase their speed? Because they seem faster. Look at this one. Making my way downtown.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Requesting orbital strike.
Good stuff.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1
Oh. Yo, leg drops. What's up? What's up, man?
Victory was never in doubt.
We had 4 of them on the artillery and then pulled all the patrol aggro. Is that what happened? Jesus. Yeah, that turned into a shit show real quick. Three super samples though. Can't be mad about that. I do wish it did have an indicator to show you how many super credits you found on a mission though. Patrol spawn near player locations. We had so many going at the same spot. Well, you just mean like 4 players in one place, so all the patrols came into one spot. Which one do I want to get? Orbital stratagem cooldown reduced by 10%. Yeah, that's why I think it usually on like higher difficulties, you technically probably want to split on some of those larger maps, right? At Helldive, you get double the patrol amount. Equal stratagems used per rearm by 1. That's very good. Improves steering. That's also really nice. Removes deployment time for emplacement stratagems. Oh, so it's just instant deployment. That's actually really good. Do you think they'll add guilds in the future? Not a chance. That doesn't really work with the narrative of the game. Hangar upgrade is the best. Can't really see. There's a cat standing in front of the screen. Did you move? Yeah, I think this is the best value. That is the best value. Heading out. Talk to you later. I'm in the Discord, yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Still tuned in. Spreading democracy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take a Tesla tower EMS, anti-tank. Hi. Hi.
Launch initiated.
Grotto is almost complete. Yeah. Almost another successful mission. You love to see it. You love to see it. We only got like 6 days until Dragon's Dogma 2. It's crazy. I'm still gonna bounce between both games, but I'm gonna go really hard on Dragon's Dogma 2 at first. Oh, democracy. We have to get to the main console. I think it's on the other side. Oh, I missed that first one.
Sentry! Requesting advanced weaponry!
Oh, mortar bugs? Really? That is not fun. Okay, I slid off for some reason.
That's called democracy!
Headshotted. Oh, that was really close. Oh god. Ah. You trying the South Park game? Probably not, no. I don't really have the time, to be honest. with what I'm covering already, unless I'm gonna drop. Like I hate to say it, but unless I drop Helldivers and cover that instead, or you know, stop paying attention to Dragon's Dogma and cover that instead. You know what I mean? I really don't have like. Sadly enough, do not have the time. Great. All us weekend players never get a chance to aid democracy. You aid it in your own way. No! Oh my god, what an asshole. Sucks I missed that one shot. I missed both shots. Sucks I missed both shots. If we don't have a Tesla tower, I have to do something else instead. I don't know why it still has me use my weapons when I'm like trying to select something on the map. That's really annoying. I've killed myself a couple times doing that before. Is there any chance this will drop on Xbox? All my friends are on Xbox. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Not with how much money this has made Sony. I don't think so. I don't think so. Putting games on one another's console is only going to work with games that they're not making a lot of money off of right now. That's how it's gonna work. If like, you know, as an example, like Sea of Thieves, I mean, technically, it would kind of make sense for them to use a game like Helldivers 2, but I just don't see them going that direction personally. Why? I'm gonna die. I knew that was happening. I knew that the minute I turned and saw it, I already knew I was dead. Yeah. Means I can't even go to my mech.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Requesting advanced weaponry. How about a nice cup of liberty?
Oh, it's an earthquake. Oh, it's an earthquake. I don't understand. I was standing still. And the mech's just like, yeah, you shot yourself. I didn't even move. I specifically like made it a point to stop, stand still, and then shoot it. And it's just like dead. You're dead.
Calling down a support weapon.
Deploying support weapon.
Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters. I got the terminal. Calling down a support weapon.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry. I'm out.
Black magic shit going on over there.
Attack inbound. I'm out.
I like how you can snipe with the slugger. It's kind of nice. Dude, EMS mortar is just so damn good. Did you see the new chargers yet? No, I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my god. We're all sitting here fighting like this and not a goddamn person. Mech still random explode. Yeah, the game still has plenty of work to do.
Requesting sentry.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weapon. Calling down a sentry. Marking location. Sentry. Never mind. Going down to support weapon. I'm out. Sending in an eagle.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Oh man. What's the proper loadout
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
for terminal stages? Oh, like terminids? I clipped another teammates back and we both kaboomed randomly. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah, there's no so the way the game is designed, and this is a realization that I had like a little bit later, is that I think that the developers saw that because of, you know, how the current balance was set originally, the reason why they nerfed a couple things and then buffed a couple things is mostly because people fell into a comfort place of thinking that there was a one-size-fits-all tool set, a most effective strategy available for every player, and while but that's not what like the developer is trying to aim for, right? And I don't really like the argument that a lot of people would give, where you'd have a lot of people that are like, there's always going to be a meta. It's called most effective tactic available. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, so you just don't want them to balance the game at all? Like, because the problem that started to happen is that like a lot of people were just using the exact same stuff every single mission. And you'll still see that, like, you know, with me kind of ish, but the thing is that I'm picking based on what other people are picking. And that's what they want. They want players picking based on what everybody else is picking, rather than a whole squad with railguns, you know, railgun, laser, rail cannon, 500 kilogram nuke. That's what they don't want. They don't want to see that. They want, oh, hey, you know, we're running this mission. Hey, I'm going to bring a Tesla tower. One of the other guys, you know, he brought recoilless rifles. So, you know, he's going to be kind of working on heavies. You know, somebody else need to have some stuff for some heavies as well. Oh, somebody took rail cannon. Okay, well, then I'm going to take air burst or cluster bomb or, you know, something like that. Like, that's what that's what they're trying to have happen. That's what they want to have happen. And the funny thing is that I think as it stands, they've already kind of achieved it. I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't really see a lot of people running the same shit as the next person. Everybody's loadouts are different now. I hated the crying after the railgun fix. Yeah. Which wasn't even bad considering they added arc safe armor. Yeah. Yeah, arc thrower's okay. I don't know. I'm not like, personally, I just don't like how it feels for me. Personally, I don't like how it feels. I still see people. Yeah, there's still tons of people that run it because they're not bad weapons. That's the thing, though. Like, they're not bad. It's not bad. They're not bad to take. Like, the railgun's still good. It's just not the best thing to use against chargers and bile titans. You know what I mean? It's just not the best thing to use against those kind of enemies. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do so. Just not the best thing to do so. They nerfed railguns and then 24 hours later drop mechs. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. It's like there's a purpose behind the changes that they make. I think that there's purpose, but then there's also on top of that, the problem is that the players were kind of taking it like permanence. You know what I mean? Like the developers made sure to say, like, this is an open conversation around balance. You have to have an open conversation around balance. You can't not have an open conversation, because if you don't know how the players feel about something, then you don't know exactly what to change. And they came out immediately after that and were like, hey, we hear you. You feel like there is not enough options. We're going to give you more options. I'll be honest, this is way more fun. Being able to like drop for now EATs and recoilless rifles are usable, which is nice. Like, they actually have a really good purpose and they feel good to use. It feels good to get a one-shot headshot on a charger. You know what I mean? Players are just used to toxic devs from other AAA companies. 100%. I told you guys, you guys probably missed the stream, but like one of the streams not too long ago, somebody was coming in here. Doesn't this remind you of Blizzard and what they did to Diablo 4, their first patch ruining the game? And it's just like, no, you fucking doomer. No. It doesn't remind me of Blizzard, who uprooted the entire game within the first 2 seasons. Like, season 1, they literally nerfed everything. They reduced everybody's stats. Everything felt bad about the game. And on top of that, the itemization was still busted. Shit, they still didn't even fix resistances until like season 2 or 3 or something like that. So it's like, no, this does not remind me of Blizzard. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's how bad of that's how bad of an experience that you've had, that you immediately go and you look at any game that has a bad, or not even a bad, like a patch that you don't understand, a patch that you don't understand the meaning of. That's really all it came down to. Like it was that, and then it was also like the to be honest, I think it was a couple things. It was one, it was a patch that people didn't understand. Two, it was a patch that they felt was just aimed at a group of people rather than being like a legitimate reason for a balance change. And then three, the other thing is that they like shadow nerfed and buffed things in the background, and players don't like that kind of stuff. If you change things in the shadow, we're not happy about that kind of thing. You know what I mean? We don't want that. I don't want that. Oh, like all of a sudden now enemy, like, oh, we buffed it and now the game has extra abilities from, you know, or like one of the enemies have extra abilities now or something. Like nobody wants to see that shit. You know? Like be transparent with the players and they'll tell you what they want, but sometimes what they want isn't what they need. Sometimes it is. Yeah, like extra stash tabs. Oh, you know, it'll be on difficulty as much as it needs to change. Yeah. I would agree. GG's Quasar.
Let us cleanse the galaxy of alien scum.
Yeah. I'm gonna chat for a little bit longer and then I'm gonna get ready to get off because I gotta get some dinner in me. I started stream late, so but GG's to the guys in chat. GG's to the people that came to play. Thank you guys. Maybe I'll hop on later if you guys see me online. You can hop in. But yeah, I think what it kind of comes down to is that you know, players just want developers to be transparent, but there is a lot of players that are bringing their toxic nature from toxic experiences from other games to these new games. And I brought this up and I got a bunch of fucking pushback for it. But Arrowhead Studios isn't independent. It was produced by Sony. And I'm like, no, like you guys don't realize like one of the fears that I have for some of these companies, you can't really be like that understanding of it because we're still consumers at the end of the day. These guys got into business to sell a product, right? But at the same time, what's happening is like some of these studios are blowing up in popularity because so many people are just so sick and fucking tired of eating the same meal over and over again. Everybody's just tired of playing the same game over and over. Yeah, how many times are you gonna remake Call of Duty games now? Like, bro, it's just so washed out. And I think it's just kind of gotten to the point now where players are starting to look in other directions. What is that? That's different. That doesn't look like anything that I've played in the last 5 years. I want to play that. Let's give that a shot and see how it is. Oh, it's made by a team of developers that really cared about the product that they made and really wanted to make a really good game, because most independent studios do want to make a fantastic game, do want to work hard to make a game that's worth the money that we spend on it. Oh, wow, it's really good. I really enjoy it. And then it blows up, and then everybody starts playing it, like Helldivers, like Palworld. You know what I mean? Like Baldur's Gate 3. And that's great when that happens. But the problem is, like, once you break into the mainstream players bring mainstream problems. And I just don't know exactly like how some of these studios are going to handle it. I think that Arrowhead's done a really good job so far, personally. I think they've done a really good job so far. Maybe it could be the difference between what type of players normally are, such what games are used to playing. Used to play AAA company games versus small dev games. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, I think a really good example of this to use as well is Palworld. You know what I mean? Because you have that more commercial side of the market that's looking at Palworld and they're like, well, there's not enough content in that game. There's not enough this. There's not enough that. And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking? It's an early access game, but they don't even know what that means. In their mind, early access is the 3 days that you get to play a game before it fully releases. That's how cooked their brains are. That's how AAA cooked their brains are. Think about that. Same with Battlefield. What happens? 3 guys made BattleBit with everything, and the people asked for it to be the new Battlefield. Yep, exactly. That's the other thing too, because then you look at Battlefield, or they looked at BattleBit and thought the same thing, and that's like, and like, what are you expecting, dude? The game was made by 3 people, and like now because you think that the game got, and that's like where like consumer brains can kind of also be, misdirected, is they think that overnight success equals they now have the money, the resources, the know-how, the everything to be able to manage and create a live service game. They don't. It's still just like, even though it's a week later, it's only been a week and it's 3 guys that made a video game. You know what I mean? Fuck, if I was them, do I really want to start a game company? Or do I just want to sell that one game and fucking walk away and go work for somebody else instead and just take the big money that we made and put it on my resume? Like, let's be real. If that was me, if I made some like indie hit that blew up overnight, I wouldn't make it a game studio. I would just put it on my resume. Hey, this is the kind of stuff, this is the kind of ideas that I make. I fucking just went and made like a cool, $10 million with my 2 buddies. Fucking peace. Peace, dude. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Why would I get into all that shit? Then I gotta listen to gamers all the time. I gotta listen to these motherfuckers complain about my game and how it plays and what it looks like, and they don't like my balance patch. They don't like this. Oh, no, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, no way. No way. But yeah, that's it for me today. That is it for me today, guys. I am going to I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna chill, do my thing. Little shorter stream today. Tomorrow, I probably won't stream tomorrow. I don't think so, at least. If I do, it'll be kind of random if I did. But I think for the most part, I think what I'm going to probably do is probably just try to prepare stuff for Monday for a video to record. So next stream should be the podcast on Sunday. So remember, podcast, 2:30 p.m. PST. Be there or be square. Square. Okay? I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. And stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. And I will see you guys next time.